Okay, so nothing is working right today. So we're just gonna admit it, and I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna come up with a good excuse. I've been playing Dying Light 2 the whole weekend, and other than doing some video editing and loading and stuff, I've been a big slacker. It has been a very long time. I think Cyberpunk was the last game that grabbed me this well, and I was like, oh, this is what we're doing? Okay, so Dying Light 2, Stay Human, amazing game. Absolutely amazing. I would recommend it to everybody. In fact, I'm going to have SprocketBot remind you of it. It's a great game. I had said on Saturday I wasn't going to play that save without the audience. I lied to you. I realized that unlike a lot of games where you can save and then like make a second version, you can't do that in Dying Light. So that is one drawback. as a content creator, not as a player. As a player, that doesn't matter, but as a content creator, that is a little that's a little rough, because you can't save something and then be like, oh, I want to show you guys something. You either do it the first time or you don't do it at all. With that said, got a little Stream Raiders-ness going on as well. Stream Raiders has PvP this month. They've already got the whole month mapped out. Nice is I only have to add on one extra show. Because the other 2 PvP tournaments are on days that we're already streaming. So, February is a good month for me. With that said, where are we gonna go? We're gonna go to the segment scene. And, did I already post? I think I did. I had to start early today, guys. Just so you know, my wife, my better half, needs to, she has to go for a sleep study tonight. And, that means I needed to create a little bit of extra room at the end of my evening. So I mean, if Gizmo can take care of everything, then Gizmo can take care of everything. I think it'd just be a little weird, Gizmo just being like, meh, no parentage. So, yeah, somebody asked me earlier today if I'm back on my normal schedule. I am back on my normal Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. I'm not sure. I'm gonna make some sort of change to that schedule. I'm not sure how that's gonna work. I see SprocketBot is working today. Let me see if is Clip gonna work today? Clip is working today. Good stuff. Let me see if that went over to the Discord. It did. So everything is fixed on my stream. That makes me happy. That makes me incredibly happy. The other day my clips weren't working. We missed some amazing clips on Saturday, which sucks. Which does suck. But we adapt, we overcome. What's up, Kalnor? It's gonna be one of those days. Let me see. I want to start. Oh wait, no, I want to wait till Karthos is here. So apparently some content creator focuses on cosmetics made a video about the cosmetics and ashes of creation. So I'm going to be talking about that in a little bit. I don't think there's any problem with, being blunt, being abrasive. I mean, obviously, if I thought there was a problem with being abrasive, I would change how I do things. But, a message from my Amazon driver. This stage just getting better and better. Your package has been delivered. Have a great day. I will be back in like 20 seconds. Many stairs. You're just trying to set Karthos off on purpose. No, Karthos asked me to review this Karthos asked me to review this forum thread, so I want to wait till he gets here. So we got the development newsletter in our emails. And talk about that as well. So, I like this Amazon driver that we have. The Amazon driver takes the time because he knows that for some odd reason, we've had an uptick in porch monkeys that like to steal packages. So he takes the time to boom, send a little message. I mean, all he does is deliver it and then he hits the extra one button. So I like this Amazon driver. So we got Stream Raiders going. Oh, guys, I'm telling you, Dying Light 2, so good. So good. I also had to change my OBS around. My OBS was no longer doing what I needed it to do. So now I have Stream Elements and the OBS Stream Elements version. One thing I don't like about it is I can't control the width of everything. It has a minimum width. I don't like that. That'll work. So how you guys been? How was the weekend? Weekend was good. I saw you guys Saturday. It's always funny when I'm doing a non-Ashes show is when I get like 900 Ashes questions, and then those people never come back. Those people never come back. I see Karthos. Karthos is in rare form on the forums today. A mount skin proposal. I always like proposals. Raid tier and possibly legendary healer balance thoughts PvP. I want to see that one. All right, we're gonna jump right into the forums today because I see a lot. I see a lot of stuff. I don't know where all these people came from. Official forums. Let's see. I really don't go to the forums enough. Yeah. So let's see. Healer balance thoughts PvP. So AOC isn't balancing for 1v1s. They are focusing more on large-scale battles. So I'm curious on people's thoughts for how, with that in mind, that's going to translate over to smaller scale fights. Obviously, skill selection, augmentation, skill allocation, gear, and skill are all going to play a factor. We don't have all the info, and I'm just speculating. A lot of games have trouble balancing healers for all content. True statement. Do you think the average pure cleric will not, should not be unkillable in a 1v1? Please try to stay unbiased. In a 1v1, if they are unkillable while they have mana and have enough ways to get mana back, that could cause them to be overpowered. Yes. On the other hand, if they are just unkillable for 45 seconds until they run out of mana, they could potentially be underpowered and lose every 1v1. Okay. Why are you assuming that the healer is going to run out of mana before the attacker runs out of mana? Why is the natural assumption here automatically that healing spell consumption is for some odd reason going to be more or greater or bigger or whatever than the combat classes? Maybe they would be struggling to stay alive for 45 seconds until they are killed or they run out of mana and die. Which way do you think would be a better direction, if any of those? You don't want healers to be strong in small scale fights, but at the same time, I wouldn't want them to feel weak in larger scale fights. They need to be able to heal PvE content and have enough mana to get through world boss fights. If you were a healer focused on staying alive and couldn't even do that in a 1v1 situation, what would you feel fair to you? If you were a damage dealer and couldn't 1v1 a healer, would that feel fair to you? If the average healer is too strong, what about a cleric tank wearing full plate and shield focused on survivability? With 8 classes, 64 possible combinations, and any class wearing any armor, a small scale fight could go in any direction. Any other builds you think could transition poorly into small scale fights? So, first of all, I would expect a healer to lose to DPS in a 1v1 every single time. And this right here, folks, if you've been around my show long enough, you know this is exactly why the majority of people should never have their feedback taken into consideration. Because why should a healer lose in a 1v1 every single time? Otherwise, the game's Trinity implementation is broken. What idiot would want to roll DPS when they cannot even kill an equivalent healer? Okay, and why would we need tanks to absorb damage? But I would not call that poor transition, more part of the design. To answer your question though, assuming equal skill and equal level for a healer versus DPS, Survivability until out of mana is my opinion, but certainly not for 45 seconds. Maybe 15 seconds. 45 seconds is a lifetime in PvP. So this person, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but you, first of all, it's a really racially insensitive image for your character, for your forum handle. But that's how Trinity balance works. Trinity balance works, as we've said many times. Many times. You have to have you have to have something that looks like balance, right? Oh. So you have to have, right? If you have tanks, you have support, and you have damage dealers, okay? This has to go one of two ways. This has to be damage dealers kill tanks, tanks kill support, support kills damage dealers, or it has to go damage dealers kill support, support kill tanks, tanks kill damage dealers. There is no other way to do this unless you do what's known as the law of 7 or the law of 6 or the law of 15, whatever your number is. Damage dealers do 7 DPS, support do 3 DPS and 4 heals per second, because this number together remains 7. Tanks do 4 DPS and have 3 mitigation per second, and again, that equals 7. When you balance it this way, two things happen. Everyone basically knows that if the person is equally geared and equally skilled and equal level, it's going to come down to RNG. In a tab-based game, it's going to come down to RNG. It's going to come down to who gets that in the last 50 or 100 hit points. Does the healer get a crit heal off? Does the damage dealer get a crit attack off? You basically are you're capitalizing on a mistake, or you're capitalizing on a piece of luck when it comes down to RNG, because it's just going to be, did your crit proc? Now, as we flip back over here, for a true Trinity type feeling, however, the healer should be able to outlast the damage output of a tank and have mana regeneration fast enough to kill off the tank after a long drawn out pillow fight. So this person wants it to be this method where the damage dealers kill the support. So they want the outer red line. They want damage dealers to kill support, and they want support to kill tanks. And you can do that if that's how you want your Trinity to work. There's only one problem with that. If the support can out heal the tank, then if the support can out heal the tank, if the support can out DPS the tank, then you have some wonky numbers here. How is the tank tanking world bosses? Strictly from the pure healing output of a cleric? Sure. Now, why do I need a tank? Because aggro management, let's put aggro management up here. Aggro management has to be good then, otherwise you don't need a tank. Like if you played Arcage, you know at a certain point the clerics were just tanking in Serpentis, because why bring a tank? You simply bring a cleric. Damage mitigation? No, you don't need that. Because if a damage dealer can kill a support and a support can kill a tank, that means the support's heals exceed the tank's mitigation. So why do I need mitigation if I can just brute force heal it? And if we factor in armor, physical DPS can claw support but not plate. Same with mage. We're not 404. We're not there yet, because as I've said many times, the people who talk about Arcage balance, they never understand Arcage. Or I'm sorry, the people who talk about Ashes balance don't understand Ashes. They just want to bitch, whine, and complain, and they don't want to understand that this isn't how see how my hand goes into the screen. This isn't how Ashes is balanced at all. Ashes is actually balanced like you just, oh my God, that's horrific. Ashes is actually balanced like we've done our 2-part formula. My armor and my damage versus your armor. Actually, it's versus your damage and your armor. So my armor is plate. Your damage is physical. I get the check. My damage is magic. Your armor is plate. I get the check over here as well. If I have 2 checks versus 0 checks, the fight should be stacked in my favor. That's the piece that people are, they're constantly trying to say the rock, paper, scissors balancing, and rock, paper, scissors balancing isn't going to matter in Ashes because it's going to be rock, paper, scissors with a throw of a 6-sided dice, with the flip of a coin, and with the draw out of a deck of 52 cards. You're going to have augments, you're going to have weapons, you're going to have armor, you're going to have skills. Remember, a mage can turn their abilities into physical damage output. A ranger can turn their damage into magic output. It all is going to balance based on which class you are. Your class is going to determine a lot of things. Your utility, your damage output tweaks. So Ashes isn't as simple as let's balance it rock, paper, scissors. But this person, and when it comes full circle, the tank should be able to handle the damage delivered by the DPS in order to get enough whacks and kill the DPS. So then this person is ultimately, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know how to do balance. This keeps everyone in their place with the rock, paper, scissors type concept. Again, how does a DPS do enough damage to a healer that they can kill the healer, but not enough damage to the tank? What Beck said there was damage mitigation. If the tank's damage mitigation is so high that it can, so that person wants it to be this way. This person wants it to be damage dealer kills support, support kills tank, tank kills damage dealer. They referenced what's known as a pillow fight, and this is because the support can't put out a lot of damage, but the tank has such a high damage mitigation that the support eventually kills them. But that leaves me with a question, because then how, if the tank dies to the support with that little damage, how does the tank beat the damage dealer? How does the tank beat the damage dealer? Because the damage dealer should be able to chew through the tank's mitigation. If the support could chew through it, then the damage dealer should be able to throw through it. This is the thing that I try to tell people all the time. If you're doing pure rock, paper, scissors balancing, this is what nobody wants to accept. The way it really needs to go. And damage dealers never want to hear this. It has to go, the tank kills the support kills the damage dealer kills the tank. If you want to do rock, paper, scissors balancing, it has to go this way. If it goes the other way, then you just run into, well, how does that make sense? But Ashes isn't doing rock, paper, scissors, so we're good. And in my opinion, if you're out of mana after 45 seconds, the design is bad, because how do you expect to heal in a raid or dungeon if the fight lasts longer than 45 seconds? Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. That is a huge part of it. How are you going to expect, if a cleric runs out of mana in 45 seconds, no one's going to play cleric because nobody's going to be able to afford to play cleric. I don't know if you guys are familiar with games where everybody kicks in a little bit of gold when you bring an outside healer in. You bring an outside healer in, and the outside healer shows up and kind of put their hand out, and you put some money in their hand at the beginning, and then about halfway through the dungeon, the healer puts their hand out again, and you put a little bit of money in their pocket, because the pickup healer knows they're about to burn through 25,000 gold worth of consumables, and nobody else is burning through that rate of consumables. That's usually why it's really hard. In like Final Fantasy 11, more of your old school games, it's hard to find a healer if the consumption rate on consumables is through the roof, because the healers are like, you're not my normal group. I'm not guaranteed loot share. I'm not guaranteed a cut. I don't need this dungeon, so why am I here? My opinion is if you're on oh yeah, I think it always also depends on who the fight cleric. If you put a pure DPS, it would be much easier than DPS support, DPS tank. Well thought out. This is cool. Yes. Appreciate that. Also, healers should be able to defend themselves in a 1v1. Otherwise, it means their damage is too low to even quest. Absolutely. That's another thing you need to factor in. Tanks and clerics need to be able to have enough damage output to quest solo. Not saying they should kill the DPS in 2 seconds, but have a good mix of both healing. They have a few opening to DPS and not spam heal, but also hope someone will save them. No, I think the problem is people need to accept that at max level, it should be down to random chance. It should be down to, can somebody capitalize on a mistake? Should this be Bobby Fischer and, you know, trick or treat, there it is. That was a mistake. It's 12 moves away, but you can do it. Everybody should either 1v1 at max level, max gear. It should be a stalemate. The support should stand there, not have enough DPS output to kill the damage dealer. Before the damage dealer can disengage and walk away, but the damage dealer can't burn through the support. The tank and the support are going to look at each other and be like, really? I'm not even doing this. And the damage dealer against the tank, same deal. The tank should just be brushing off a single damage dealer's worth of damage. Time to kill is stated to be 30 to 60 seconds. With everything being balanced on groups of 8 versus 1v1 and also on rock, paper, scissors, everyone should have a hard counter. Well, right, everybody does have a hard counter, and I want Ashes fans to know this. You will have some hard counters in this class list. However, your hard counter, you can also drop a reverse card on them and say, yes, you are my hard counter, but I'm not in the preferred gear. Remember, each class has a preferred gear type, but that doesn't mean you have to wear it. Again, Ashes of Creation is a deep thought out game. I can be a cleric in plate because I got somebody that has the crafting dials to put healer stats on that plate. Do we know who those counters are yet? No, because again, remember, the counter isn't, oops, wrong button. The counter isn't assassin rogue beats arc wizard mage. It's assassin rogue using a dagger beats a mage who's wearing cloth. But if that mage decided to wear plate, now it's flipped. It's flipped. The arc wizard becomes the hard counter to the assassin, and then the assassin says, well, that sucks. I jumped a mage wearing plate. I'm not going to be able to pull this off. Now, that arc wizard who's running around in plate and who gets known in this local area for being Billy Badass, and everybody knows this particular arc wizard is a Billy Badass with a legendary voodoo stick, right? That mage has a legendary voodoo stick. That scared the shit out of me. But they know that mage wears plate. Well, then what happens is when you send a couple of assassins to deal with that, you don't actually have them run assassin. You have them run night spell. Now your rogue is subbing mage, and their physical attacks are no longer physical attacks. Their physical attacks are magic attacks. Their physical attacks have a magic augment on them, so their output is now magical, which magic output beats plate, so you've moved one of the check marks over. What they are saying is they are fine if you kill a cleric 1v1. They don't care about what happens when I am journeying down the road by myself. If a rogue, appreciate that. Why do I have two of these up? That was weird. If they don't care about cat and mouse game, they aren't going to be able to be any glass cannon deaths under 10 seconds. They're focused on the 200 versus 200 combat. That's not true. They are focused on the 40 versus 40. They're focused on the 40 versus 40 and the multiple group. They're not worried about 200 versus 200. They're worried about 7 groups of 40 or 6.25 groups of 40. It's going to be my squad of 20 trying to defend the western wall against your siege weapons and teammates who are protecting your siege weapons. It's going to be 40 on 30 guild wars where we declare a war against another guild. It's going to be guarding a caravan with your 10 to 20 players against bandits who would destroy your caravan. Yeah, this is all true. They aren't worried about balancing every archetype with every augment combination. That would be too much work. I'm sure the DPS will be normalized. Excuse me, within 2 to 3%, and different archetypes will bring different utility. Yes. Who's this person? This person gets it. This person right here gets an A+ from Jahlon. I understand all that, but there will still be small fights in the open world as well as arenas. Since they are balancing for large fights and not balancing for small fights, there could be large power gaps. Not complaining, just discussing which classes people think might be above average in small scale battles. In my opinion, healers that are balanced for large scale fights tend to not scare well with smaller scale fights, generally stronger than you want them. Healers need strong enough heals to top off a tank with double their own hit points, as well as 6 other party members, and enough mana or mana recovery to outlast long raid battles. Just my opinion. I'm gonna throw in my couple of 2 cents here. I hate this window. If I do it this way. Yeah, that's what I figured out the other day. So, food for thought here. Everyone is always concerned with who beats who at max level. The truth is, at max level, factoring in equal gear and equal skill, i.e., supercomputers who make mistakes less than 3 times in a million opportunities. I like to throw a little lean Six Sigma in there as well. Truth is, at max level, factoring equal gear and equal skill, i.e. supercomputers who make mistakes less than 3 times in a million opportunities. Nobody should win a 1 versus 1. It should be a stalemate. The tank and the healer look at each other and say, are we really doing this? The tank and the damage dealer both know the DD can't outpace mitigation, and the tank shouldn't have enough CC to contain the DD when he tries to juke and away. I'm new to Ashes, watched it a little bit last beta, didn't play. We're talking about the endgame PvP. Well, first of all, let me clear up a couple of things. You didn't watch Ashes in beta. You haven't even seen Ashes in Alpha 2 yet, just so you make sure you're on the right game. We're talking about endgame PvP. Ashes doesn't have endgame. Ashes has PvP themes. Easy, Sprocket. Easy. Easy. Sprocket, look at Sprocket's getting all froggy at this forum post. That's what Sprocket's problem is. Let's go over to our Stream Raiders battle. Do we got some peeps today? I don't like the football map. I want to get off the football map as fast as possible. Tank versus healer. Hey, you ready for the longest war of attrition in your life? I try to outpace your mana regen while you try to outpace my health regen. Oh, they walk around? That ain't cool. Oh, because there's water. I'm stupid. It's okay. Yeah. One of the things people didn't like about Threather, Thomas said that they would look into it because they absolutely understand and acknowledge. Thomas actually told me they weren't aware that the black lines were going to be on any more maps. So I sent that to Thomas. I sent him the clip and got told, yes, absolutely, they're going to look into that. The Captain's TV people are one of the best studios that I've ever had the pleasure to work with. I'm pretty good. How are you today? The other group is, and we haven't talked about it yet today, but Prometheus and Dynamite Studios. Another really great developer. They're doing a lot of things right. They're doing a lot of things the way I would like to see more companies do. I would like to see Intrepid Studios, their marketing department and their community management department. I would like them to look at how Dynamite Studios does things and realize that's how you do it. Dynamite Studios they know how to slide in a buy a founder's pack line and not be ham-fisted. They don't turn every single piece of contact. They do true marketing, unlike Intrepid, who does advertising. Like the mail you got today from Intrepid wasn't a marketing piece, it was an advertising piece. And I know some people are going to say it's not an advertising piece, and I'm going to say, oh really? Then why do you get the, in fact, here, we'll look at it in just a second. Why do you get the whole you're asking me to buy something? Like, you get that you're asking me to buy something vibe right off the bat. Here, let me drop this in. Glorious Ashes of Creation community. The first month of 2022. There we go. The first month of 22 has come to an end. They say time flies when you're having fun, and we're absolutely doing so. The whole team here at Intrepid is now working on Unreal Engine 5 and moving forward towards our next big milestone, Alpha 2. Now, time out. That's not your next big milestone. Your next big milestone is an announcement of the combat decision. Our production sprints are in full swing, and as more prototypes become available, we'll be sharing them with you. Also, we're aiming to show an early look at our character creator on our next development milestone, so you don't want to miss that. What do you mean you're aiming to? Okay, you see the misalignment of verbiage? If you're only aiming to do it, then that's what you should have said in the last live stream. During our development journey, we'll continue to share regular updates. If you missed what we shared in January, check out our latest news. This is cool. This is really good, what they did here. This is a really good animation. Discuss now. Really, really good. Really, really good. There's the update article. Very good. The development update. Very good. Dev discussion. Give us your feedback on griefing. Awesome. Last call on shop packages. All right. It's been 5 years at this rate. Okay? It's been 5 years at this rate. These cosmetics will not be available. Pre-order now. It's not pre-order now. Okay? And we've already told Intrepid this. It's not pre-order now. It's order now. Because you're not... And this is why words matter. If you are saying that alpha and beta aren't playtime, they're testing time, then it shouldn't even be order now. It should be support now. It should be back now. It should be join now. It should be anything but pre-order now. When the CEO of the company is constantly saying wait until launch to try it, then why is it pre-order now? Why are you doing this heavy-fisted fear of missing out? And then here's where the marketing piece is. Thank you so much for your support and following along with the development progress. If you haven't already, please join us on our forums, Discord, or your social media of choice. Right? Stay safe and healthy. I'm afraid to click that. How can I keep up with the latest news? This is so, in my opinion, that's just bad. So, that's just a bad way to, that's a bad way to do that. But, you know, I like how they join our socials at the end, not at the beginning, middle, and end. Yeah, you know, is the bot down? What do you mean is the bot down? Which bot? The bot's right there. I started my show early. That's why Discord didn't alert you. Did the Discord bot not send out? Oh, apparently the Discord bot didn't send out. Goofy, yeah, the bot decided to take the day off. After all that clarification I had to make, and already when my clock dyslexia, yeah. Oh, so Carthos is here. I want to switch which one I look at. I want to look at the monetization one. I want to look at the monetization one because, I was asked to. I was asked to look at this one. So monetization. What is going on? Is this, why is this not lining up nicely? Okay. Monetization. I am really discouraged to hear that the monetization will be coming from cosmetics. Cosmetics are a big part of the immersion of an MMO. Okay. I get to say that cosmetics are a big part of immersion. Why? Because I wear costumes on my show. So I get to actually say that cosmetics are immersion for me. Now, with that said, I don't give a fuck about cosmetics as long as I can find one thing that I like wearing. As long as I can find one thing that I like looking at on my character, I'm okay with it. Cosmetics are a big part of the immersion of an MMORPG for me as a longtime role player. I want to remind you guys, if you haven't ever played a tabletop RPG, you're not a role player. If you've never been to a LARP, you're not actually a role player. You're not actually an all-in role player, because most D&D campaigns you're not in character the whole time. Having to pay for cosmetics with real money takes player customization out of the game and makes me enjoy it less. And to that I say, okay. Player customization is one of the most important features of a game for me. Okay. I don't necessarily mean face sliders either. I mean collecting things in game that are unique and special to my character. Collection is a huge feature to me in MMO. If this person has said me too. But I don't like to pay extra for it as I feel it ruins. I don't like to pay extra for it as it feels like the fun of playing the game. Collection is a huge feature to me in any MMORPG, but I do not like to pay extra for it as it feels like the fun of playing the game. Okay. I don't. Things like outfits, house items, pets, and mounts are what I am assuming is going to be monetized. I feel this art could be continuously compensated fairly through a monthly fee. These things add to the experience of playing the game, like rare items, specialty clothing shops, achievements. It gives me more stuff to do in the game when specialty cosmetics are earned. A monthly subscription fee is something many MMO players are comfortable and willing to pay for an engaging game. I would be willing to pay more than the average for a game with consistent free cosmetics. Okay. First of all, this is what you guys all come to the show for. This person up here needs to shut the fuck up, okay? They need to shut the fuck up because they don't understand market research, okay? You guys know that I don't just sit on my ass every weekend and play Dying Light 2. I actually do market research all the time so I can stay informed. Now, let's just talk MMOs for a second. MMOs have monetization. You have your box price, your monthly sub, your cash shop, and your free to play, right? You also have combo meals. Box price and monthly sub is a stable income. Box price plus cash shop, hopefully no pay to win. Now, free to play. Cash shop, usually pay to win. League of Legends is an exception. League of Legends, Riot Games makes 1.250000000 a year. So, you know, Path of Exile is not an exception because they sell bag space. Where is my... Are you not popping up? Why is shit breaking today? Netflix has proven that running a sub-only model stops becoming profitable once critical mass is met and you aren't gaining new customers. I bet Netflix starts doing what Disney Plus and Hulu do. Have other paid content on their system. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. When you say I would be willing to pay more than the average for a game with consistent free cosmetics being to collect, the problem here is that as you raise the price, you lose customers. As you raise the price, you increase the barrier to entry, so you have less people. There is a reason why every online service is sticking to $14.99 or less. And look at what Disney Plus did. Okay, for everyone that's not aware of this, I don't know what Disney Plus costs now, because for me, Disney Plus is a one-time a year. I pay it one time a year. I don't even look at the bill because I couldn't imagine not having Disney Plus. I could not imagine not having Disney Plus with a child who's a Disney fan, and a wife who's a Disney fan, and a teenager who's a Disney fan, and another daughter who's a Disney fan. I couldn't imagine not having the Disney catalog of movies. My wife and I had talked about buying all the Disney movies on DVD. I love streaming services. I love it. But Disney Plus raised their price by $1 a month, I think, because they came out at $6.99 a month or $7.99 a month. There were a bunch of people who dumped their cable packages. If you guys weren't aware of this, Disney, the Disney Channel, right, still has long-term contracts, but Disney wants to eventually put everything on their own platform. Disney doesn't want to have a Disney Channel anymore. Disney wants everybody to pay for Disney Plus and Hulu and ESPN. They want you to buy the whole package. The problem is when you start charging more than $14.99 a month, remember how your brain sees things. $4.99 isn't $5, $9.99 is $5, $14.99 is $10, and $19.99 isn't $20. There is a reason why in America we don't round up. We don't round up to $20. It would be so much simpler if everything was rounded up to the next dollar. You could save so much time, effort, energy, and resources. But they know the psychology behind it. So, did Disney Plus still not include some of the Disney movies, or was that a false rumor? Disney Plus has 99% of the Disney catalog. They don't have the Fox movies because there is still some problem with the Fox distribution rights. And they don't want to put the adult movies on Disney Plus. Disney's still trying to figure out what to do with this library of movies. Alien, Predator, Die Hard. They're trying to figure out what they want to do with those. No, we don't round up in America. When you go to America, This would be 99 cents. This wouldn't be $1 because, you know, you would say I won't pay $1 for a bottle of water, but you'll pay 99 cents. New releases, you need to pay like $30 with movies still in the theaters. Correct. You have to pay for early access. You have to pay for early access, which is fine because, you know, if you don't want to go to the... By the way, paying $30 if you have a family of 4 to watch a movie in your own home, is still cheaper than going to the movie theater. It's a marketing thing, surveillance, because it's how people see, money. Die Hard and Aliens is on Disney Plus in the UK. Correct. Die Hard and Aliens, and I believe Predator. I don't know about Predator because I know that Troublemaker Studios still has the licensing to make another Predator movie. But that's because in Europe, distribution rights, there's nobody sharing those distribution rights. But how does it stop being profitable if you earn it every month? Didn't Disney Plus increase the price because their subscription numbers dropped? No, Disney Plus increased the price because they had a deliberate roadmap for how they were going to raise the price. Remember, when they first came out at $6.99, Disney Plus did its own streaming service because Disney was tired of dealing with a lot of people. Disney was like, you know what? We're just going to start our own streaming service. Fuck it. Our content is everywhere. Because remember, up until 2.5 years ago, Netflix had the Disney movies on them. It's the same price as the ticket for us, but we can have a large movie popcorn from the theater for $8 or an entire box of movie-style popcorn from Orville Redenbacher for $5. Yeah, exactly. $19.99 is cheaper than $20, but you're still essentially spending $20, thinking you're getting a great deal. Exactly. That's the marketing behind it. Because people think $19.99, when you ask them questions, and this is the weird shit about market research, you ask them a question, people will identify $19.99 as closer to 10 than they will to 20, even though it's a penny away. Because it's not 20. And you've been indoctrinated into this line of marketing your whole life. Blows your mind. Yeah. In Europe, it's great. You walk into a shop in Europe. This says $1, a pound. That's it. You walk up, pound coin on the table. Thanks. Have a good day. So there's no tax. The tax is already included. Well, they had to start a streaming service. I didn't watch TV in years. For about 6 years, I don't even have cable or any kind of TV channel plug. Yeah. They recognized that cable companies were making a ton of money off of Disney, and Disney wasn't getting their share of that. Could be like Amazon Prime. We're raising by $2 because we had an awesome last quarter profit. Nope. Let me tell you why Amazon Prime went up. Amazon Prime went up for one reason and one reason only. Because Prime gives you free shipping. Free shipping. And what does everybody do when it comes to Amazon? Everybody jumps up. Jeff Bezos isn't even in control of Amazon anymore. Everybody jumps up and down and says Amazon doesn't pay its workers right. Amazon doesn't pay its workers right. Amazon doesn't pay its workers right. Guess what? What do we constantly talk about in this show? Amazon is a publicly traded company. So who is Amazon's responsibility to? The shareholders. But because it's bad public relations to have great quarters and not pay your people right, Amazon says, fine, fuck it. We'll hire everybody at $15 an hour, and we'll hire everybody at $15 an hour in benefits. But who has to pay for that? The shareholders are all about paying $15 an hour in benefits. If it increases public relations, it increases the stock price. But who's got to pay for that? The consumer. That's why Prime went up. They keep giving you more and more and more stuff with Prime. Is $15 a lot in America? It depends. It depends on what you're asking. Is $15 an hour a lot? Again, it depends. Can you live on $15 an hour in the town I'm in? Yes, you can. Can you live on $15 an hour 2 or 3 towns over? Yes, you can. If you get all the way to St. Louis, can you live on $15 an hour? No. Right, but you can say the same for every kind of business. If TV channels, you will increase and decrease in viewers. The way you grow is by doing something good. What Game of Thrones did for HBO. What Squid Games did for Netflix. Except Game of Thrones didn't help HBO. Because what a lot of people did with HBO is... they waited until all the episodes were out. They paid for 1 month of on demand, and they blitzed it. So HBO didn't get long-term customers. HBO got short time people. $15 isn't enough to pay your bills, and yeah, exactly. $15 in America. America is so big, it depends on where you are. Anyway, I believe there will be in-game earned cosmetics. That's good, but it doesn't remove the issue I find with paid cosmetics. When I've played an MMO, I have seen someone on a purchase mount, and I personally think, oh, that person paid extra for that. I'd much rather think, oh, that person found a rare creature and worked hard. This person basically, hold on. You can see what type of player you are using the Bartlett test. Yeah. Yeah, we're not doing that. Steven's reasoning for not having a box price. Yep. Steven wants to keep the barrier of entry to low. Can't one argue that HBO lost customers because of Game of Thrones? No, you can't. How can you make that argument that they had a net loss of customers? I just told you. The HBO even says this. HBO did not retain long-term customers. HBO during both the True Blood and the Game of Thrones eras, when they started making everything on demand, that they know where their mistake was. Their mistake was putting all of the episodes on demand. They should have never done HBO on demand where you can log in and you can see everything, but everybody wants on demand now. Because the trick is, in the past, the only thing you could do, the only game in town was cable. If you guys are old enough, it was network television or it was cable. And that was it. And there was one cable company, and that was it. And people always talk about monopolies. There was literally one cable company. And then satellite TV came around, and satellite TV was this great thing because you could access more channels. And then on demand became the big deal. I want to binge watch. Who started the binge watching spree? And that was Netflix. Netflix doesn't roll you out an episode a week or start you with 3 and then you have to keep your subscription until the end and then you can binge watch it. No, Netflix is like, we don't give a fuck about your health. Here, have 6 seasons of Lucifer. Have fun with it. Have 3 seasons of this. So everybody else had to match Netflix, because what does everybody do in a commercial industry? Everybody says, well, your competitor does it better because your competitor does. Now, are people mad about having to pay the premium on Disney Plus for Mulan or Black Widow? No. I basically said I wasn't going to pay for Black Widow. I was just going to wait till it was free. HBO will get people to come back for House of Dragons. They will, for 1 month. What'll happen is that, well, let me split that. They will get people back. They will get people back that'll watch it week to week. The people who don't want to engage, who don't want to come up with spoilers. And then the rest of the people will just be like, yeah, I'll binge watch it. Sucks though that Netflix holds anime until it's finished airing in Japan to drop it all for binging. That's not Netflix. Netflix doesn't have the distribution right. Netflix doesn't have the distribution right until it's done in Japan. Just like Netflix doesn't get the distribution right to The Walking Dead until the next season is about to start, because AMC wants to have it on their streaming service. Where are we with the current state of the game? The game is about to go into Alpha 2. Yeah, they will drip feed it to make sure if they have 10 episodes, it takes 12 weeks to show and they get 3 months out of people's subs. Absolutely. Some people don't want to pay a box price, and others prefer not having a subscription. Some prefer light monetization, others don't want them at all. In the end, your singular distaste for them is not going to alter the entirety of their revenue stream and business model. There will be plenty of gear and mounts through gameplay. Other skins will only be applied to already owned mounts and gear. For example, you get the hippopotamus mount with the default pangolin on top. The cosmetic would simply alter the look of the pangolin. Yeah. Objectively, a sub is better than a box price. No, subjectively, a sub is better than a box price. If you're going to say objectively, you need to give me the data behind it. Now, if you're going to say a sub is better than a box price because of the increased revenue, yes. It's a smaller investment than $60. You're making the assumption that $60 means anything to a lot of people. See, you've subjectively polluted, you've subjectively biased your supposed objective statement. This post ended in the thread. Honestly, this guy's logic is really solid. Yeah, exactly. As I understand it, store mounts are mostly being sold right now as a way to entice people to the alpha and beta keys. This right here is why Steven won't tear down the paywall. Store mounts are being sold as a way to entice people to get the alpha and beta keys. If it was any other answer, they would have torn down the paywall and they would let anybody buy the individual cosmetics that they want. I'm not sure if there's been word on any mounts being sold in the store after launch. The way I understand that they will sell skins for your existing mounts. Well, it's the same thing. There are no mounts being sold in the store. And again, as they often remind us, equitable cosmetics, both from a quantity and quality standpoint, are achievable through in-game. Boom. Money. They don't want the price of a box set to be a barrier to people entering the game, playing the game. Hence, they're not charging $60 for the game, nor are they charging $30 to $40 for the expansions. You pay $15 a month to play it. If you don't like the game, you are out $15. Steven has said you don't need to pre-order the game. Holy shit. Okay, hold the fuck on. This is what I'm talking about. This is what the fuck I am talking about, where the shit that Intrepid doesn't line up. Steven has said you do not need to pre-order the game. Pre-order now. Steven has said you don't need to pre-order the game. Okay? Steven has said you don't need to pre-order the game. Pre-order now. This is that shit that I'm talking about where they don't have a marketing director. They have an advertising director. They have a Twitch streamer who is trying their best to run a marketing campaign. But this is the core of it right here. Don't put pre-order now in your monthly mail, because that is contradictory to what the owner of the company says all the time. The cosmetics help with the creatures and give more variety to the world. Okay, so on that, I'm going to say bullshit. No, it doesn't. So I don't know how the prices are in the US, but I'm from North Europe. Those prices are literally nothing to us. Not to sound arrogant, but things are so expensive here that prices are very low compared. For example, month of Netflix equals McDonald's large Big Mac menu. Is it the same in the US? No, because we don't have just so that we're all clear and on the same page. I know this is going to piss people off, and I know this is my show, that the hour of my show I have a lot of Europeans, just like the American government bullshits and lies to its people, starting in school all the way up. Europeans that I meet all the time try to tell me that you have a better quality of life than Americans because of all these factors. And I say, really? That is always based on the fact that you guys think that your money is worth more than us. And everybody, that's not what you said. That's the direction I'm going with it. Don't worry about it. The thing is this. I hear all the time from Europeans, our money is worth more than the dollar. And I said, no, it's not worth more than the dollar. It's traded at a higher ratio than the dollar. And people are like, no, our money is worth more than the dollar. I said, really? You're living in London? Great. Run your ass down to the gas station, and how much is it going to cost you for a gallon of gas? not a liter of gas. How much are you going to spend for a gallon of gas? And people will be like, I don't know, 12 or 13 bucks. Yeah, you're going to pay 12 or 13 American for 1 gallon of gas. Again, this has nothing to do with what you said. Don't feel like you need to defend yourself. You threw something on the table, I'm running with it. I picked up the ball and I'm running with it in a direction you weren't expecting. The point is that I always like to remind my European brethren when you hear this that your money is not worth more than the American dollar. You don't have more buying power than the American dollar. If you want to know, if you need to have your mind expanded, look up the Big Mac index. Look up gasoline index. Now, my other one, and I constantly feel it's my social responsibility to let my European friends know this. The next thing y'all always try to hit Americans with is, well, we get free healthcare. No, you don't have free healthcare. You absolutely do not have free healthcare. You have government-provided healthcare. Guess what? There is no European country. There is no European country that has more people. No singular European country has more people on healthcare than America does. America has more people on government-provided health care than you have people. The last time I did the number, we had 115 million people on government-provided health care. Some of your countries don't even have 115 million people in them. So, yeah, gas is give or take $2.50 to $4, depending on if you're in a city or if you're in the suburbs or if you're in the back of the woods or if you're near refineries. And people that don't realize this, the reason why gas is closer to the refinery is because you guys remember when COVID happened and tankers were delayed? A barrel of gas was actually negative $50, and people are like, well, was that a mistake? No, it was in order to, anybody who had available space to take overhead got paid to take the fuel, because if you jam up the pipeline to the refinery, to the distribution, to the end user, if you shut that system down, it takes a very long time to prime that system back up. So the refineries that had space to accept fuel were getting paid to take it. Is the quality of American healthcare as bad as portrayed in the shows? I have no clue. Forgive my ignorance. No, it's not. The quality of American healthcare is we run healthcare like a business. What some people do is they take a statistic and they talk about county hospital. The county hospital is overworked and underpaid and understaffed because nobody wants to work there. But the trick to the matter is you're still going to get health care. But a lot of people have no choice but to go to because they didn't take the time. County. Is that like a state? No, it's a subdivision of a state. A county is a subdivision of a state. So you got the people who they complain about American healthcare, but they say our healthcare sucks, and you're like, well, why do you think it sucks? Because you won't cover X, or you won't cover Y, or you won't cover Z. You bought a policy that doesn't cover those things. So where's the confusion? Why most people don't buy healthcare? And then I hear all these people say, I can't afford to pay for healthcare. If you can't afford to pay for healthcare, take your ass down to the Medicaid office and apply. Because you're either poor enough that you get free healthcare, or you're making enough money that you can afford healthcare and you just don't want to. I have, guys, and I say this, I have talked to thousands of people in my life, literally thousands. So this is no longer anecdotal evidence. This is empirical evidence. I have helped thousands of people find food stamps, women's, infants, and children's, the Medicaid office. I think out of thousands of people, a handful of people have gotten denied. And it was like, what the fuck? Like, Faye's one of them. I didn't help Faye personally, but Faye said in that situation where veterans benefits screwed the family, and yes, it happens. The service usually sucks, but the care itself isn't too bad depending on what you have and you can afford. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people complain about the healthcare in America, but it's like, well, I want a skin tag removed. That's an elective procedure. They don't pay for that. But there is no hospital in America that you can show up with a gunshot wound and they will refuse to treat you. Now, if you're going to run into getting shot, you might want to pay for your own insurance. It's the early days of the game. If they were to change things now would be the time. Here, I'm gonna do my thing. I know a lot of people that are upset that they're forced to pay tax for healthcare. Meanwhile, they don't go to the doctor in years. Obviously, a simple answer is, but you never know what can happen. Yeah, I mean, that's true. So here it is, plain and simple. You don't like the monetization model. That's okay. Don't play the game. Until you can come back with a load of data that can prove Intrepid would be better with a higher than... Why are my fingers not working? $14.99 a month sub, and not lose customers. All you are saying is you want it this way. This isn't BK. You can't have it your way. So. A lot of taxes that are not turning into benefits. Well, I mean, a lot of people forget this. Your taxes go for everything. Your taxes go for roads, your taxes go for police, firefighter, emergency services, the public school, airport security, public transportation, the military. There's shit tons of stuff. Now, there's a lot of stuff. There is a lot of stuff that I get that people are upset about. Why are we giving foreign aid to so many countries? Why are we giving foreign aid to so many countries when there's Americans that are poor and starving? The answer to that is so that if we ever need help in that region, we have allies. I would be about not being the world's police officer. Even with separate tax cut, they can take tax money from one sector and put it into another. Sure. Our taxes go for one dude to watch porn for 15 minutes and then stamp a paper and then watch. No, stop. That's not how it works. Please don't make cosmetics one-piece transmog. I know it might sound weird, but please let the costumes be multiple pieces of one set instead. I have nothing against full look. Some people may love it. I don't in certain cases. I find it too restrictive. Can you please follow what WoW did in Heritage Armor and other customization looks? You release the full look with each piece of gear can be transmogged individually. So example is I got the boots, gloves, dress helm. I find belts and shoulder. It would give me the opportunity to add the look compared to a full-blown costume. Who wouldn't? Oh yeah, I wanted to go back to what Carthos said. American healthcare is broken because it's tied to employment due to policies made during World War II, set in place to stop jobs from offering higher and higher wages to entice people into jobs that left vacant due to men going to war. Instead, the government stated no wage enticements, but benefit enticements are okay. We just left this temporary measure in place. Yeah, I agree. I agree that did happen. Brain too small. Yeah, that's the thing, surveillance. Most people never get taught economics. It's like Boy in a Band said in his song Don't Stay in School. Public education doesn't train you to be a citizen. It doesn't train you to be an adult. And they do that on purpose because God forbid the masses are all educated to a point where they know where to put their vote. There will be both individual and full piece set. I know that's why I made the post saying why I'm in the opinion they shouldn't be. If you give the player the full set, but each item are individual transmogs, it's less limiting in terms of choice, because you might find some nice pieces. But that is the reason for doing it. If you use a full cosmetic, you are limited to having one look, and that's it. These are only so far directly confirmed to be available in the shop. If you use cosmetics that you gain in game, these are less restrictive. So, a big piece of this is due to the development time of making 6 individual pieces versus making one single mesh. Now, part of this argument is defeated by the fact that Intrepid is taking some of the parts of the full body cosmetic and using them on NPCs. If that is the case, it doesn't create any more work for them to release those parts to the players. For example, the COVID castigator headpiece can be seen on devs as a single slot item. Also, Steven has shown the individual armor pieces in his bag. In the end, if Intrepid wants a certain look, they will restrict us to single piece full body. Although their reasons for them are basically, that's what we want. Done. I remember I found out once it cost $15.37 to put a bench in a park in Denmark because several people needed to sign permissions. That's just too absurd for me. I'll give you an example real quick before we move on to the next one. When I got my commission, I went from being an E6 to an O1. I'm former military. I got to my first base and I had to take a form. And I had to route this form upon my arrival. I had to route this form, and I said to my superintendent, I said, hey, I need a routing form for this form. And he gave it to me. And it had 32 signatures needed to happen. And I said, okay. And he said, do you want me to route that for you? I said, no, I'm going to walk this. I'm going to hand walk this because this is obscene. I'm in a squadron where I am literally 3 people down in the chain of command. It's the commander, the operations officer, and me. So if the 2 guys on the top of the food chain get into a car accident, I'm going to get a phone call saying I'm now in command. But my form needs to go to 32 offices. So I just got my cover and I got my sunglasses and I started walking place to place. And I walked in and I've got this routing form and I'm like, why does this form come to you? The first sergeant I ran into said, I have no idea. These forms come to us, we sign the routing slip and we pass them on. I made a little note on my routing slip. Walk down to the next office. Why does this form come here? We don't know. This used to be the chief's office. What? This used to be the chief's office. Okay. So wrote that down. Went to the chief's office. I was like, Chief, it's like, hi. I'm like, hey, I'm the new lieutenant. Why do you need this form? He's like, I have no idea why those forms come to me. They just come to me every morning. I sign the routing slips. At the end of the day, what had happened is the people that needed to sign the form had moved offices and nobody had updated the routing sheet. They had just added more offices onto the routing sheet. My first 3 days in the organization, I fixed the routing sheet. It now went boom, boom, boom. It went to 3 places and that's all it needed to go. It went to the chief if they were enlisted, then to the OPSO, then to the commander's secretary, then to the commander. That's that sort of shit that we're talking about. Nobody ever wants to fix anything. Everybody just always wants to be like, oh, that's the way it's always been done around here. misinformation about the monthly cosmetics. I'm trying to work out the value of the packs. You guys are missing the actual point of them, to show support to Intrepid. That is their main purpose. No, that's not the main purpose. The main purpose is not to show support, because you are making a financial purchase. The main point of the packs is to fund the project. The main point of the packs is to fund the project. The secondary goal is for Intrepid to have a rough approximation and estimation of how many players they're going to have when they get to launch. For example, Steven has given us the number in the past that there were roughly, at one point, I'm going to say 4 million, because now it's been a while. It's been over a year since he gave me the 3 million number. And with all the marketing they do and all the join and sign up, I would imagine in 12 months they would get 1 million players. These are people who are signed up. All right? These are shoppers in your store. These are browsers. These are subscribers on YouTube or followers on Twitch. These are people who have said, I like your product, but I have 9,000 followers and I have 59 viewers. Wouldn't it be great if I was doing my show and I had 9,000 viewers right now? Followers are great. I'm going to follow you. I'm going to show you some support. I'm going to give you some love. I don't care about the followers. I care about the viewers, right? At one point, we knew that there were 15,000 Alpha 1 backers. I also had a firm number that there were 40,000 packs sold, and minus the 10,000 that were Alpha 1. So we knew that there were 30,000 backers. So we knew there were 45,000 packs sold. Now, this is no longer accurate because this is an old and dated number. But here's the purpose of the packs. This is skin in the game. This is putting some money on the project, right? This is the point of the packs. This is the point of the packs. But when you say you guys are missing the actual point, to show support to Intrepid, that is, showing support to Intrepid is not the purpose of a financial purchase. Okay, then they go back to Voyager Plus 375, Cosmetics 90, 9 months 135, Embers 125, Alpha 2, Beta 1, $25. To me, it's worth it, but that's just my opinion. I'm paying $90 to support the project, and you get cosmetics as reward. No, you're not paying $90. You're paying $375. You're paying $375 because you would pay that subscription point anyway, and you may not want the Embers. Ashes of Creation did an amazing job with marketing. I also believe that they did a smart move with marketing to where it does not cost anything by creative hype very smartly. No, Ashes of Creation has not done an amazing job with their marketing. They haven't. Lazy Peon has done an amazing job with the Ashes of Creation marketing. Lazy Peon did that. Not Asmongold. Lazy Peon. Everybody else that deals with Ashes came about from July 2020 in the Lazy Peon video. Asmongold, no, not him also. No, Lazy Peon. Lazy Peon. Because here's what happened, right? Lazy Peon did a video. And Asmongold saw that video and reviewed it. And Summit saw it with Shroud. And Tim the Tatman saw it. And Tim. And Steven did interviews with these three groups of people. Right? This is the catalyst. This is the spark that started the fire. Without this video, these four individuals, these three interviews, he added to it for sure. Yeah, but I'm telling you, ready? Listen to what I'm saying. Asmongold is a second order effect. He is not a first order effect. You said Ashes of Creation has done an amazing job at marketing. That's not true. They haven't. Intrepid's marketing sucks. Intrepid, their as I've already shown you guys, Steven says don't pre-order, but the the mail says pre-order now. Last chance. I hate their marketing. I agree with you. I just don't want to downplay everyone's part. I'm not downplaying anybody's part. The point is Asmongold doesn't, his contribution doesn't happen without the Lazy Peon video. Summit and Shroud, that interview with Steven doesn't happen without the Lazy Peon interview. Tim the Tatman's interview doesn't happen without the Lazy Peon video. Lazy Peon is the one who, he was the spark. He was the shot heard around the world. I know that. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I'm on the second page. Variations of the monthly limited cosmetics will not be obtainable in game for players. I've seen this misconception under so many posts in the last couple of weeks, it kind of irritates me. But wasn't it Intrepid's work that made Peon make the video? No, because that's not Intrepid's marketing. You said their marketing department. It had nothing to do with their marketing department. Variations of the monthly limited cosmetics will not be obtainable in the game for players. I've seen this misconception under so many posts in the last couple of weeks, it irritates me, as we've already had a clear statement. In my opinion, this is totally fine, as those cosmetics should be special for the people who want to support the game. Yes, this is true. I posted a recolor in another thread as a joke. I realized my sense of humor might not come through over text. Well, I don't think that they would only... Okay, first of all, so this person, I've told this person many, many times, you need to stop making shit as a joke, because you say something on the forums as a joke, and then people run with it. While I don't think they would only adjust the hue for paid versus earned cosmetics, I do think that the paid ones will look slightly better. Maybe a few more baubles or accents. Well, they've already said this isn't going to be the case. My main concern, I pray is a misconception on my part, is that these monthly outfits won't be dyeable. They're not dyeable or able to be broken up so I can mix and match. You cannot break them up. They cannot be mixed and matched. I was never a big fan of transmog. Okay, so let me just lay this out. The full body cosmetics are probably not dyeable. Okay? The full body cosmetics are probably not dyeable. They cannot be broken up. They are single piece cosmetics. So the full body cosmetic you see right there is a full body cosmetic. You put it on the paper doll. When you put something into the full body slot on the paper doll, it overwrites the entire character appearance with the exception of back slots and maybe belts, because they have separate belts with things that hang off of them. If it was recolor only, it would feel like a cheap scam. Everything should be dyeable in 2021. It was Guild Wars 1 circa 2005. That has absolutely positively nothing to do with anything. So, was the statement in your link made by Steven or someone else at Intrepid? If so, yeah, we got confirmation. If not, you're spreading misinformation. Well, how hard is it for you to clip? How hard is it for you to hit the clip? Why don't I have browser sound? What is going on here? What is this? Oh, hold on, real quick. Let me do this. I imagine the best outfits will be non-cosmetics with transmog system. No, I imagine that if you want to say the best, I imagine the best will be the full body cosmetics. The best will be the full body cosmetics. I gotta do it this way. I'm much more for non-dyeable and full costume cosmetics. Real armor should be much better. However, I know Guild Wars 2 started that way with full body cosmetics, but they ended up doing armor pieces. I hope Ashes of Creation will be successful enough to where they don't need to do that. Yeah, I do too. Okay, let's pause this. can't believe I'm going to say this. I need more monitors. I need more monitor space. I can't believe I need more monitor space, but I need more monitor space. More monitors. How many do I have? I have 4. When I sit down again, I can. Here, I'm gonna do to sit down anyway. I'll show you the insanity that is all of my monitor real estate. I have so. Oh man, when you see the size of my monitors, you're gonna say, "How does this guy even talk about? How does this guy even talk about needing more monitors?" Monitor and output. Okay, and we'll do this. But before I do that, yeah, there's my monitors set up. Think I got enough? think I got enough monitor space? Like, I mean, that's a lot of monitor space. All right. By the way, whenever I show the monitors, I always feel it necessary to say this. You guys don't pay for any of my hardware. Subscriptions, donations, tips, bits, not the other way around. None of that goes to my gear. I pay for all of my own gear. So, let's see.
We do have some other questions that are in our Q&A as well. So I'm just going to kind of go over like the process of creating the cosmetics and also answer some frequently asked questions. Like one of the questions that we get a lot is, how does this help the world that we're creating here? And I think one of the things that we constantly tell people is that what these do is these help us create the creatures in the world. They help us create the NPC garb that you're going to see and things like that. You're not going to see the exact ones that we're doing for the cosmetics because those are exclusive to those who help us. But you will see variants of those in the world. Now, those variants are for NPCs. Those variants are for creatures in the world. Those variants will not be attainable by other players. Just to make that very clear, they are exclusive to you. But the variants of them will be in the world, non-attainable.
Yeah, sorry. I'm due to go in for my hearing aids soon. This thing is, as you hear the double music, because it picks up my sound collar gets picked up on my mic. See you around. Hope you stop back sometime. Okay, so let's see. I'll just copy over what I said in the Reddit thread. I was really disappointed when I saw that stream. I don't mind exclusivity in MMOs, but I generally prefer if it comes in the form of gameplay, not having disposable income to spend on something not even fully in its alpha stage. There's people who fairly consistently brag about having purchased every skin they can, and when you add in the roulette nature of the store, it brings out the same feelings I get when I see Activision or EA. I don't like that we are completely blind to what's coming. I don't like cosmetics are tied in with keys, so you can't opt out of them if you only want to support the game. I don't like it's not about showing that you supported the game development, that you supported the development on a specific month. It's a micro level I feel is unnecessary and unhealthy. The store is set up to maximize fear of missing out, and as a gamer and a consumer that has seen consistent No Man's Sky-esque launches, it doesn't feel good. Okay, so again, first of all, whenever somebody brings this up, I am required by my nature to say, yes, Intrepid Studios uses fear of missing out marketing. Intrepid Studios uses fear of missing out marketing in such a way. There's 2 major marketing techniques that you can use for your company: fear of missing out and sunk cost. Intrepid Studios is doing what a lot of companies do when they're doing a fear of missing out with a sunk cost. What's a non-refundable deposit? A non-refundable deposit is a sunk cost. You know that if you cancel, you're going to lose X amount of money. So you figure out a way to make it happen. Now, am I all about deposits? Absolutely. Am I about deposits? If you cancel, and it depends on the particular industry, it depends on the particular brand, it depends on the particular whatever. If you cancel in X amount of time, then they should be able to fill the spot. I'm also really against places that charge you for a missed appointment when you notified them and then they never give you your money back, which, you know, it pisses me off. With that said, why is just not buying it an argument that seems invalid to so many people? This right here is the winning statement at the end of the day. If you can't afford it, then you don't get it. Okay? You want to go to Disney World, but you can't afford it, then you don't get to go. You want to play an MMORPG, but you can't afford it. If you honestly cannot afford an MMORPG, then you have no business. You have no business playing video games. You should be working on your hustle. Don't you always get your money back in the US if you don't notify them 48 hours earlier? No, some cancellations are 72 hours. Some, it depends on the nature of the appointment, the nature of the what it is, the nature of the contract. It boils down to if you cancel in such a time frame that it's unlikely that they will be able to fill the appointment. Now, what's supposed to happen legally is that if you cancel inside that 48-hour window and you're not entitled to a refund, but they somehow fill your slot, then they are always supposed to give you the refund if they manage to fill your slot. But no, most things are 24 to 48 hours. There are some things that you sign a contract 72 or 96 hours notice. It just all depends on the nature of what it is. I didn't really get this at all will be the case. You and them will never know what's coming in the future. If there's a particular time frame you want, do you want them to release cosmetic concept art a month before it's going to be available? Just to make sure you know you can buy individual cosmetics once you... Yeah, this person right here constantly does the absolute... Remember I said the worst thing in an organization, the worst thing in a community are the white knights? The white knights, not the toxic people. Just to make sure you know you can buy individual cosmetics once you've bought the tier the cosmetic type belongs to. If you buy the $375 pack today and next week's cosmetics have a really cool outfit you want, you can buy the individual outfit instead of the full pack. The problem here is look at what you just said. You just said you can spend $375 and spend some more. That's not what a customer wants to hear. I understand it's a high upfront cost, and if that's your gripe, cool, but it sounds like you're worried about having to buy the full pack each time. No, that's not what the person said in the slightest. They didn't say that at all. So this is where white knights have no business answering customers' complaints. What's up? Resubscriber. Ding, 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 ding. A roadmap would be great, and having it a few months out would be even better. Okay, no, it wouldn't. Now, on this, I'm going to say to Mazriel, no, it wouldn't. Fear of missing out is the reason why Intrepid sells so many cosmetics. You can't opt out of cosmetics. You have to buy them in order to get a key, and I don't like that. I generally prefer to play for early access testing in a store cosmetic system that I don't support. I greatly dislike that the only solution of purchasing a key with a cosmetic you don't like is to purchase more cosmetics. This is why, ready? This is why this post should be answered by a staff member, not a white knight, because now this person's literally saying you didn't pay attention to my concern. Your answer was to get me to spend more money. And this is absolutely positively why, especially in the Ashes of Creation community, the white knights need to stop. The white knights need to stop because they are driving customers away. A lot of them will turn around and say they'll be back and they'll play Ashes of Creation if Ashes of Creation is good. So the excuse for your bad behavior, the excuse for your bad behavior is that their opinion doesn't matter and they're going to come back anyway. And that's the community you want to build. I remember the guy wanted Ashes of Creation to have accessibility support and more inclusive, but not adding spiders. So I don't have a problem. Toxic players more than white knights. No, the other way around. Toxic players are not as bad as white knights because toxic players come across as toxic. And if they're being belligerently toxic, it's easy to notice that and just discount them. But white knights are the people that are supposed to be better behaved, and they're very, very bad at what they do. As far as the arachnophobia thing, as I've said on the show, the people that have debilitating arachnophobia can't even see spiders in a video game because they'll have a panic attack.
That are in our...
They'll have an episode. With that said, there's people who are afraid of bees. There are people that are afraid of water. There's people who are afraid of the outdoors. If you can't handle spiders, again, this is going to make me sound like an asshole. If you can't handle spiders in an MMORPG, maybe you should be spending your time working through your phobias and not playing video games. It's just a thought. Nobody needs to change your mind on that. You are entitled to your opinion, concerns, reservations the same way everyone else is. I personally agree. The basic outline of the next 3 months cosmetic sets would be very helpful. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't, because the reason why the cosmetics are sold the way they are is because if you knew what the next 3 sets were, you would only buy one out of the next 3 sets. Yeah, this is just a copy and paste of his previous one. There will not be recolors or material swaps on the monthly cosmetics. Yeah, it was funny. You know, I'm going to say this. There's some people in the Ashes of community that feel they need to be right all the time, and they don't know how to read, and they want to pick fights with me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and then I make them look fucking stupid every single time. There will not be recolors or material swaps. There will not be recolors or material swaps. That means there's not going to be reskins. And I said that and somebody's like, that's not what reskin means. Hooker, what the fuck is a material swap? It's a reskin. I was gonna raise my head until you said want to pick fights with me, because that's the last thing I want. Yeah, it's like people in our community are horrible about building a community. It's like you're not going to get any fucking points at the end of the day. You're not getting any points at the end of the day for being an asshole on the Discord. Trust me, I know. The only part of this I care about is that they will tear down the sets and use parts elsewhere in the game. Yeah, that's true. These pieces can sometimes be used as other sets that may include helmets, wrist gloves. So while you will not see an achievable white version of the Corvid Castigator set in the game, for example, you may see its shoulder piece used in another set, or its leggings, or its wrist piece. So this is the part where, again, I have a really big problem with Intrepid's core business philosophy. Because if you're making it so that, yeah, Steven's avatar being Picard is weird to me. I said that to him. I said it was unprofessional. People don't listen to me. It's like, fuck does Jay know? So here's my deal. We're going to say the Corvid Castigator, right? So you've got head, shoulders, body, arms, legs, feet, right? And did he say belt? Boom. Delaron. What's up, Delaron? Scared the shit out of me. I forgot which page we were on. Shoulders, leggings. Oh, wrist. Okay, so you've got hand, wrist, body, leg, foot, shoulders, headpiece, right? Now, my concern or my complaint about Intrepid is, say you make this piece, oh, didn't change the color of the, say you make this piece, and this piece. Oh yeah, and let's back. We'll put that there too. Say you make this piece, and this piece as individual parts for NPCs. Then when you give me my cosmetics, right, I should get the full body. I should get the head, the shoulders, and the hands. Because if you've already made the item, you haven't created any additional work. You haven't created any additional work. Now someone's going to say, well, why can't I get the body piece? Why can't I get the leg piece? Because Intrepid didn't isolate that piece out and make it. That's why you don't get it. But I don't get why they're going through the work to use it for the NPCs and then they're not going to give it to the players. If I were to buy this month's armor set, on my end, I could only use the gloves and boots, dye them another color, and use the legs and chest from another month armor set. No, you couldn't. What I'm worried, I don't understand the difference between cosmetic items and cosmetic costume. Full costumes do not mix and match pieces. The full plate this month says costume, cosmetic, skin. I feel the answer is clearly stated that they do not mix, but some of the conversations around skin on here make me question my understanding of the freedom we will have. The full body cosmetic is a full body cosmetic. See, this is why Steven needs to do an interview with me. Because these are the questions I'm going to ask. And that we would just have it on. Like, look, let's talk about cosmetics for 10 minutes. And we're going to knock these out. What's up, Mandor? Resubscriber. Appreciate that. By the way, I do feel it necessary to tell you guys, all these subscriptions, if you guys were here at the very beginning of the show, you heard Apocalypse, which is the first track in a 10 minimum, maybe 30 epic orchestra album. I have 10 jazz tracks out for production. I'm waiting on the money to come in so that I can start the new EDM album. Trying to get 3 or 4 albums put out here in this first quarter. So thank you to everybody who subscribes. Prime or donations or tips or bits or Patreon or Amazon storefront, which is down below, or my creator code on Epic is Jahlon27. I want to thank you guys for that. I had oh, there we go. Grumpy old man. Uh-oh. Hype train. Oh no! Getting rained on. Raining bits. It's raining bits, but no, I want to thank you guys for that. I had a lot of fun working with these 2 new composers, so we're gonna have some good stuff coming out in about a month. I owe you guys 1 train whistle. Did I hear back from my other composer? No, but the thing is that I'm gonna give that composer until the time. That composer's never gonna get another job with me. But I'm going to leave that composer, because the 2 tracks he's done are really good. So I'm going to leave that composer alone until I get the 10. If the 10 track comes in before the other one delivers the 2, I'm just going to reverse the charges. Apex and Lost Ark, see you in a month. I wouldn't play Lost Ark for all the tea in China. I have Dying Light 2 to keep me busy. Beautiful game. Beautiful. If you guys haven't checked out Dying Light, beautiful game. Beautiful game. Let's talk about PvP body parts. This may have been asked before, but I only just signed up and I haven't come across it yet. This is from October of 2020. The videos I've seen detailing PK bounty hunting aspect of the game look interesting, but it got me wondering how a PK'd player could know that a bounty hunter they hired actually got justice. And that got me thinking about a previous game I played where the player killed you, you dropped a body part along with your money. So if I get killed, yeah, no, we're done. That's not happening. That's not happening. A mount sync proposal. A mount sync is 100% necessary for a few reasons. There are 2 professions used to create mounts, taming and animal husbandry. Both of them need to stay relevant. Mounts do not really degrade in any meaningful way, yet, well, no, that's not true. So we're going to stop you right there. They do. Mounts need to be cared for. Steven has already hinted at or discussed mounts will need to be cared for just like gear will be. So your mount dies enough times, it might need to be taken to a breeder or an animal husbandry person to be repaired. So just going to go ahead and say this person who also needs to realize this is racially insensitive. And this is, you know, this is just me being particular. How do the moderators on their Discord not realize that that is racially insensitive? Just a quick idea related to 3D printing. I think we've talked about this before many times. I had a quick idea about 3D printing models like your own character together with the currently under development character designer. It'd be a really cool feature to be able to print your own character. Later on with the game implementing more armor sets, printing your own character with your specific gear set would be an amazing feature. The 3D printing community, myself included, is big. First of all, fucking stop. No, it's not, okay? The 3D printing community, myself included, is big. No, the fuck it isn't. And I'm sure I would love to have such a feature. Those models could be used in tabletop games. To credit Ashes, the models could be generated with an Ashes of Creation base. All right, so first of all, let me fucking stop you right there. You're obviously not big into the 3D modeling community, because if you were, you would know that you wouldn't be forced to use their base. If you have the 3D image, you can edit it. So I sure as shit wouldn't have an Ashes of Creation base on it if I was going to do this. Second of all, here's the big one. I don't know how they'd license it in order to keep their copyrights. If they did it, it would have to be with open license. I could see them adding a function similar to a screenshot, but it provides an STL file. I have absolutely no idea how hard this would be. The mesh is already in the game. I just have no idea if the mesh data can be pulled. I could see people making chess sets out of in-game characters. That would be awesome. I don't plan on owning a 3D printer, but yeah, absolutely. If they would sell them, I would buy one. The idea of a chess set composite of your alts is great. I'm not an expert or even knowledgeable on 3D printing, but couldn't you do this at home with your own without having the company actually need to do it? If you have photos of your character, which wouldn't be too hard to grab in game, then use a program like Smoothly to turn 2D images into 3D. Would this not work? Pretty sure for home use it would be fine. You just wouldn't be able to sell them. Maybe something for an intrepid person could take on to make some money. Yeah. You are absolutely right. Karthos, you can just do a 2D to 3D capture, and there's actually a capture program where if you were to just spin your character around, you would be able to grab the image from the video file. You can back export video into I believe Blender, but there's several ways that you can take somebody's model and do that. So, good stuff. With that said, I know that I come across as an asshole, and I accept that, but I do want to say that a lot of people are posting thoughts on the Reddit or on the forums where it took them longer to type it than it did for them to think of it. And that is not a good way to conduct business. You need to actually think things through. Also, apparently, I gotta go look at my Ashes 101 on flagging, because apparently flag and tag is confusing because people assume you flagged yourself as a combatant. They apparently words are hard for people and they can't understand that flag and tag means flag yourself to hit other players and hit another player. It was like yesterday I was having a discussion and I was actually mind blown at the stupidity of some people. Let's see. Yeah, apparently flag and tag is hard for people to understand. They're like, you're not flagged until you hit the person. I never said you flagged to be a combatant. You flagged for PvP and then hit somebody. So, I guess I'm noticing that people are asking for the leaks. You guys know my opinion for the last 2 years has been the Ashes of Creation mailing letter that you get shouldn't be it shouldn't be a, hey, this is your last chance to buy these old cosmetics. It should be a preview of the next cosmetics. But really at this point, I see Intrepid struggling long term with their monetization model. I also think that Intrepid needs to radically change how they do their marketing. I don't think they're listening to people when they're like, oh, well, we plan our social media out 6 months in advance. I'm like, all you do is show off, like, you do a daily tweet to show off assets that people who care about your community or people who are in your community who care about your product are already aware of. And the people who aren't members of your community have no idea. I would love to see some metrics. I would love to see some metrics on their social media success. Because my problem with social media is I refuse to inundate people with social media bullshit. I like to send out a tweet when I have something relevant to send a tweet out about. I don't like to send out a tweet unless I have something worthy of talking about. Let me make sure. Let me make sure my kid's gonna get fed. That'd be bad. Get off the computer at like 8 o'clock at night and my kid be like, I didn't get dinner. Be like, oh shit, was it my turn? But no, I wish that they would change their marketing and I wish that they would throttle down. But then again, I'm a firm believer if you don't start hardcore marketing until you have a product. Look at how much the Lazy Peon was able to generate marketing wise with one video. And then look at how many people were interested in Ashes of Creation around Alpha 1. And then look at what's happened now. There's been a major drastic fall off of really giving a shit about the project. Sending a tweet when you have something worthy to talk about that's using Twitter wrong. I know. And that's the problem. I use Twitter wrong. So, all right, what's up with all of you guys? Who's got something for me? What do you got? He's like, I might have something for you, and then nothing. I'm looking at the Reddit. I don't see anything spicy on the Reddit today. I know summoners will be one of the last classes to be revealed, as they will be built on the other classes, but would it not at least be prudent to test some of the summon pet skills, even for a mage, during these network and stress tests? When you could have to path 100 to 300 summons pets along with keep guards NPCs during these sieges. So, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And that is one of the things that I said many times about Alpha 1. One of the things I said about Alpha 1 in the siege testing. You cannot effectively siege test until mounts are in, combat pets are in. Again, it doesn't matter what your network performance is when you're not testing it for the end game. So when they're testing rubber banding, who knows how the pets will behave? Yes, I agree with you. I 100%, I 1,000,000%, I 1 bazillion% agree with you. They need to stop they need to stop saying that they're doing testing for sieges and calling it siege testing. You're not doing siege testing. You're doing back-end testing. The problem is that the average gamer, the average player doesn't know, right? Doesn't know what the hell they're doing. If you saw my video on Fractured did a very good job of saying what we're testing today is this. And then everybody was like, well, give us free gear or give us free this or give us free that. And they were like, no, we have a city built that is going to allow you to do some of the crafting, but we're not testing crafting today. We're not testing the gameplay loop. We're testing the engine. So no, we don't want to give you a bunch of free shit. Will there be classes and or races that have bonuses related to working skills? No, there will not. Steven doesn't believe in this, and I'm glad he doesn't, because I don't either. If you start having classes and races having bonuses to artisan skills, then you've created a developer meta. What you've said is the best blacksmith is a dwarf, the best gatherer is a vec, the best processor is a this or a that. Also, I know in a level of realism, I know in a level of realism what people are going to say, but blacksmiths should be really like brawny and tailors should be really nimble. And, you know, I agree with you. Alchemists should be really smart, and I agree with you. The problem is the blacksmith doesn't fight all the time. The blacksmith doesn't walk out all the time and get involved in fights. The blacksmith gets conscripted into the army, and then he gets taken out, either brought to the castle or taken out to the front lines to do repairs, or blacksmiths were often engineers. They were too valuable of a commodity to just give an axe to. Now, if the backlines got overrun, absolutely picked up an axe and started smashing people in the face. A mod for a game got a strike by Warner Brothers. Which game? Which game and which mod? A mod about Tolkien's Middle-earth books got a Total War. Wait. A mod about Tolkien's Middle-earth books for a game called Total War received a copyright strike from Warner Brothers. Yep. As it should. We are leaving ModDB. We will not say do not weep, for not all tears are evil. Dear fans and players, we have received word from ModDB officials that Warner Brothers have sent them a DMCA takedown request to remove Rise of Mordor from their database. We are grateful for ModDB for giving us time to put our affairs in order before the page is taken down. From what we know, this has to do with copyright infringement, as Warner Brothers holds the right to making games to both Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. At the same time, we do not know the specific reasons triggering their intervention, seeing as we are a modification for an existing game and a non-commercial project. At the moment, the only thing we can do is comply with the request from Warner Brothers. We will keep you posted. Okay, we have sent emails to the intellectual property team of Warner Brothers, and we are currently waiting some sort of answer, as well as a way to continuing uploading our work here. Okay, let me clear this up for somebody. Do you own the intellectual property? No. Do you have a license to use the intellectual property? No. Period. The fact that people I see this all the time. Seeing as we are a modification for an existing game and a non-commercial project, you are a modification for an existing game, which is a commercial project. Just because the mod you develop isn't monetized does not mean you can do it. In fact, the way US copyright law works is you must absolutely aggressively stop people from using your IP. Otherwise, people can turn around and say you abandoned your IP. Do you go back to make more AOC videos by scripting them just the VOD for the Twitch? Miss them like in the past. They were the best content for AOC. The problem is right now, is there's nothing really to make content on. When I do get something to make content on, I do make those chop up videos. But right now we are in such an Ashes of Creation drought that on I played Dying Light on Saturday. What did I do on on Friday? I played Fractured. I'm pretty much at the point where if there's something else I can play, half of the shows in the week, I'm going to be doing that. If we hit a complete, like, today is going to be weird because I don't know exactly why my fucking office is 9 bazillion degrees. But I probably will not play or talk Ashes for 6 hours on Friday. I think I have another game I'm playing on Friday. So, but is it even Warner Brothers IP? It's not Warner Brothers IP, Dark Paladin. It's Warner Brothers has as you saw in what you posted, Warner Brothers holds the rights to making games for Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit movies. So while it is not Warner Brothers IP, Warner Brothers has this contract that says you guys have the right to make video games based on the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit movies and the Hobbit IPs. Is it an exclusive right? Does it matter? Let me tell you why it doesn't matter. Because the guys that made the mod clearly don't have any rights. It's like, I can't just do this, right? I can't roll back here. I can't roll back here, grab Ender's Game and say, you know what? I think Ender's Game would make a really good video game. I'm gonna make a video game based on Ender's Game. I gotta call the card publisher or Orson Scott Card's agent. I'd say I'd like to buy the privilege of making that content. I would like to pay you a flat sum of money plus a percentage in order for me to make a video game based on your content. If you don't have the right to use somebody else's work, you don't have the right to use somebody else's work. It's like there was an Ashes of Creation content creator that used my copyrighted artwork in his video while I was applying for the copyright. And I said to him, hey, that ain't gonna work. And before I could finish having a conversation with them, my legal team that protects my legal interests for the company issued a copyright strike on YouTube against him. And people got pissed at me. Like, people in the community's like, well, you didn't have to do that. I was like, first of all, I didn't do that. My lawyers did that. The people that were rolling up because when it got brought to my attention, I kicked it over to my lawyer and I said, hey, for that copyright application, this is a problem. And the lawyers were like, okay, well, we'll take care of that. Boom, they issued the copyright claim. But people were mad at me and I was like, well, hold the fuck up a second. You're mad at me because I'm protecting my intellectual property while I'm applying for a copyright for it. But you're not mad at the other guy. The other guy, like, that's why all my music here, all the music that I make is DMCA free. That doesn't mean I forfeit ownership of it. I own it. If at any given time I decide I can make all of my music, like, I can enforce the copyright on it. I just have to publicly note for 30 days, I have switched my copyright to this is now copyrightable music. I would never do that because that sucks so bad for so many creators, because then all those creators who've ever made content with it, they get a copyright claim and then they got to contact me and be like, can you please give me a letter because I need a letter to get and then I'd just be like, that would be ass pain. But no, what those guys did was they made a mod based on somebody else's IP without any permission to do that. And then they wondered why they got the takedown order. Also, just to reiterate, Rise of Mordor has not been taken down, just our mod DB page. I would take down the content. I would take down that mod immediately, because what you're doing there is if you've gotten a DCMA takedown request, and you ignore it, you're basically then a DMCA takedown request is kind of like a cease and desist from a lawyer. Lawyers don't send cease and desists unless they're locked and loaded for the next step. Cease and desist orders are basically a polite warning shot. Like, hey, we don't want to go through the process of going to court and filing a case against you, so we're going to send you a formal letter that says, please cease and desist your behavior. But if you don't, then we are most certainly going to go to court and file against you. And you got to make sure you've read your terms of services for a lot of things. You can end up being filed against in a court thousands of miles away from you. And then that sucks because you have to travel out there all the time, and you got to pay for an attorney out there. And most of the time it's cheaper to pay for an attorney instead of traveling out there, but a lot of people don't realize what they're getting into. Share a similar story. Excuse me, the total count of, oh, damn it. I'm gonna do this so I can stare at the, I'm gonna do this. There. If you don't show up, you can get a warrant issued against you, then you're asking extradited. Not generally. That's generally incorrect. For civil cases. Civil cases generally won't have a warrant issued against you. Civil cases are just failure to appear is going to result in a summary judgment against you. If you don't show up for criminal court, you'll have a warrant issued against you. But that's generally not criminal court. That's generally civil court. What'd you post here? Let's see. So what they're trying, those guys, what you just posted, those guys are being incredibly stupid. What those guys you just posted is they're going to rebrand, they're going to change their name. Let me say this. Once you've published something and you've stolen somebody's IP, and then you're going to just try to change the name, that's not going to work. Because they're already aware of you. They're already aware of what you've built and what you've made, and it's Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers can throw $250,000 of lawyers at you because they're just going to be like, hey, one brand new lawyer or one established lawyer and your 3 new lackeys in the division, go handle this problem. That's not a smart play. That's not a smart play in the slightest. And what the other thing they're doing is, I ask you, this is your time to shine and propose a name in the Google form. I ask you to do the same as we did and avoid any kind of word that can be copyrighted, Mordor, Gondor. Basically what you're trying to do, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it, okay, it's not called that anymore, but they're going to have to change all of their IP, all of their names, and they should have just done that in the first place. But no, that's the peril of IP, and that's the peril of copyright. They shouldn't have done it in the first place. Oh, I feel bad for them though. This is where I wonder how tabletop sims get away with this. You can basically play any tabletop game ever on that. The thing about tabletop sim is, correct me if I'm wrong, but tabletop sim doesn't have any of the rule books or any of the core mechanics or any of the anything in the game. You have to input all of that. I'm not familiar with tabletop sim enough to speak intelligently on it. Is it worth it from a perspective of PR and marketing? Since it's a game modification, which could be free marketing for them. Free marketing, who's the them? Who's the them? You can't use pronouns. It can be scripted in. Interesting. Then I don't know how that happens. Warner Brothers doesn't want free marketing and public relations. Warner Brothers wants to protect its legal rights. Warner Brothers doesn't need a small ass organization to do free marketing for them. Warner Brothers can take out a 60-second ad during the someone plays the mod, likes it, and decides to watch the Lord of the Rings movies. Okay, how does that help Warner Brothers? How does people watching the Lord of the Rings movies help Warner Brothers? They buy the movie. How does that help Warner Brothers? I think the fact that you don't know is Warner Brothers doesn't own the Lord of the Rings movies. That would be New Line Cinema. So Warner Brothers doesn't give a shit if you go out, play the mod, and watch and buy the movies. Doesn't help Warner Brothers. What it does is it creates a competitor game to what Warner Brothers has the right to make. Nope, they don't own the movie. New Line Cinema does. So that's, at the end of the day, why it's like, do you guys know why BioWare and EA have stopped fucking about on the Star Wars games? Because one of the things, it took Papa Mouse a little while, but once Papa Mouse got all the Star Wars stuff in order, Papa Mouse went to EA and said, we're really not impressed by your handling of the Star Wars video games. So this is your official notice that you no longer have an exclusive contract. We're going to shop around. We're going to shop the right to produce Star Wars video games around. Holy shit. Did EA turn around and unfuck themselves and get roadmaps and plans and milestones? Look at all this stuff that's happened with Star Wars The Old Republic. Star Wars The Old Republic got tender loving care. Disney wants an MMORPG based on the Star Wars IP. Disney is pumping hundreds of millions into the Star Wars intellectual property. Just so everybody knows, I know that everybody thinks that 7, 8, and 9 suck. Okay, I get it that everybody thinks that Star Wars 7, 8, and 9 were horrible movies. Those movies made money, right? The Battlefront 2 debacle is still the most downvoted thing on Reddit. Yeah. But I want people to realize Disney's not losing any money on Star Wars. Disney's not losing any money on Star Wars. They've made money. They've made a profit. I apparently have lost my rights to think movies are good after I admitted I enjoyed Indiana Jones 4. You know, according to the Google, Warner Brothers is the parent of New Line Cinema. Correct. Warner Brothers is the parent of New Line Cinema. But that doesn't help Warner Brothers because of the way companies work. Warner Brothers, New Line Cinema, makes its own money. Sure, your child is doing well. In the grand scheme of things, that should help you. But that is not a one-for-one. It's not like you're putting... Oh, by the way, Warner Brothers, just so you guys know, Warner Brothers is one of the most crooked companies in movie production. So if you guys have ever watched an old cartoon, this is a big reason why people don't want to work on Warner Brothers movies. So you've got Warner Brothers, and if you've ever watched the credits roll all the way through a Warner Brothers movie, at the very end of it, it's going to be like, this has been a presentation of Warner Brothers Distribution. And you're like, the fuck is that? Warner Brothers and Warner Brothers Distribution are not the same company. It's not a subsidiary. It's not a child. It's not what it is they have a movie, and oh wow, my numbers are horrible here. What happens here is that Warner Brothers Distribution sends Warner Brothers a $250 million bill to distribute a movie. Because what does that do? That affects profits. And so what does that do? That affects profit sharing. Because your movie starts off $250 million in the hole. If you ever want to see how just dirty Warner Brothers is, that is why to keep the Harry Potter kids, the top actress and the top actors for the Harry Potter series, they got a fucking dump truck full of money. They got a dump truck full of money to stay. I believe, if I recall correctly, it's been several years now, Daniel Radcliffe got $50 million up front for 5, 6, 7, and 7 Part 2. So he got 50 million for 4 movies. At his age, that's crazy. Plus Daniel Radcliffe, Rupert Grint, and Emma Watson all have some level of profit sharing. Plus they make a shit ton of those three make a fuck ton of money at the 2 Universals from the Orlando Universal for all the Harry Potter stuff, because they're everywhere in it. They're absolutely everywhere. I don't know why Warner Brothers has to be so shitty. Can missed profits be considered losses? Can missed profits be considered losses? Depends on which arena you're asking that question is. In a courtroom, absolutely. You cost me profits. That's a loss for me. I lost out on those profits. I was just curious how they are in fact allowed to do it in the first place. Not that I'm complaining. It's a very fun way to play Magic with friends. Why aren't you just playing? Why aren't you just using? Oh, are you talking? You guys load all your own cards in? Fuck, that's got to be time consuming. So they aren't copying games. They've made a game platform where you're allowed to write games. You know, I'd have to dig more into that because, again, yeah, I guess it's because you're providing the tool. I think it's funny as hell that Rupert Grint bought an ice cream truck, failed to get a business license, couldn't be fucked, so he drives around the neighborhood giving ice cream away for free. Yeah. Fucking that's funny. He bought an ice cream truck, didn't get a business license, and now he just gives away ice cream. It's fucking awesome. I mean, that's how you do it, man. There is a mod that you can copy paste deck lists in seconds. I don't know then how that. I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't know how that stays, because especially maybe Wizards of the Coast doesn't know about it, or maybe it's because Wizards of the Coast knows about it, but they're not charging you they're not actually charging you to play Magic. It's like, so it's like, did anybody play Magic when you couldn't afford all the cards? So you'd photocopy your friends' cards and then you'd play in card backs, and you fucking ghetto as shit. But you know, you couldn't afford to buy all the cards you wanted, so you made photocopies, and you were just playing with friends, so nobody gave a shit. You know, I remember doing that a couple of times. I think we broke that monetization person on the forums. Let me see. Probably my post. I'm gonna get blamed for it. It's gonna be like, it's all Jay's fault. Jay's being an asshole. Monetization. 52 new posts. What the fuck? 52 new posts? What in the blue hell? Where the fuck's my post? Hold on, I gotta find my post. The shit is this? Comments? Okay, hold on. I'm offering a suggestion on how it could be done different. Not to negatively affect a portion of the player base, and how the community can have a voice in these things, just like many have had a voice in why they're changing. The Art of the Dwarves with feedback right now. Until you can come back with a load of data that can prove how Intrepid would be better with a higher than $14.99 a month sub and not lose customers, all you are saying is you want it this way. Yeah, that's all you're saying is you want it this way. It doesn't mean that you You know, it doesn't mean that you have a good idea. It doesn't mean that you have a good idea. Feedback. Okay. Feedback on a monetization model is not. Yeah, a lot of people complaining about the dwarves is data. That's the voice of the customer. When you propose a solution and you say, I would be willing to pay more money, you would. But market research already tells us which MMO is charging more than $14.99 a month. There's not one. Because which online service is charging more than $14.99 a month? Spotify's not, Netflix isn't. You guys know that's, you guys realize that that's why a lot of like HBO on demand or Cinemax on demand, Cinemax on demand, yeah, Final Fantasy 14 if you choose options, but Final Fantasy 14 if you don't choose options is not more than $14.99. Hulu, Disney Plus, nothing like even. Have you guys noticed this other trend with online movie sales? I don't know if you guys have noticed this. Go to buy a release day movie. What are you going to see? You're going to see the regular version, and then you're going to see these two things. You're going to see the Ultra HD, and then you're going to see the 4K. First of all, if you buy the 4K version, can you please make sure that you have a 4K TV? See people fucking buying the 4K version on these little tiny ass 20-year-old TVs. It's like you can't. It's actually going to pop you up a message that says your hardware isn't compatible. We're going to show this at the highest available resolution. I also want to let people know the average, you don't need to spend that much money. You don't need to spend $23.99 on a same day release movie because it's in Ultra HD unless you have the whole in-house movie theater, which is what I'm doing at my next house. I'm not even having couches. I'm having movie theater seats. I'm having the walls are going to have the curtains on them. I'm going to teach the cats not to scratch those. And then I'm going to have the speakers. I'm going to have the popcorn machine. And guys, I'm going to let you know, I'm putting a fountain soda machine in my next house. I'm getting a fountain soda machine. I'm going to just get fat. I'm just going to get fat, man. I love fountain soda. That's just going to be it. I'm going to get a pool. I'm going to swim every day. I'm going to walk every day, but then I'm going to eat fucking movie theater popcorn. And I'm going to drink fountain soda. Fountain soda doesn't sound very healthy. That's okay. I'm already in my 40s. I'm not really worried about getting any more life. I enjoy my life. I love what I do. I want to see my grandkids grow. But, right? The truth of the matter is, I'm happy. I want to go out with a Dr. Pepper in my hand. Have I ever maintained a fountain? Yes. Yes, I have. Several of them. In fact, I actually maintain mine. When you get a soda from one of my establishments, one thing I hear all the time from people is, damn, the soda here is crispy. Yeah, because we clean it all. It's also, if you build it the right way, it's really easy to maintain. The problem is a lot of establishments are trying to make it look neat, and we're trying to make it look neat, and we're trying to keep it in a small space. So, yeah, I know what I'm getting into. Besides, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's a couple of minutes. It's a couple of minutes, what, once a week? If I'm drinking that much soda? You know, the worst part is cleaning the nozzles at the end of the night. There's my daughter just sent me a message. My daughter, go me, left my wallet at the store. Good job. I don't understand. How the fuck do you leave your wallet at the store? Like, don't you check keys, phone? Like, I understand you go to the car, you got to have the keys, but like keys, wallet, watch, rings. So. Oh. But no, I don't understand why. Oops. I don't understand why people, brain goes autopilot. I don't know why this guy thinks that this monetization, I want to. You keep ignoring the idea of community polls for art releases, which would have a better effect on the influence you want to have on the art direction of the game. I'll say it again. You keep ignoring the idea of community polls for art releases. No. You don't need to do a community poll for the art release. The purchasing, the purchasing is what gives them data. Let me, the trick to this here, right? The trick to date, what the hell? The trick to data is this. You can do polls. You can do polls all day long. But do you know, and you guys want the classic example of why polls and reality never line up? Look at the election day. Look at election day and look at the polling that happens outside of the polling place and look at the actual results. People lie their asses off on polls all the time. Isn't sales the biggest data point they can get? Yes. Ooh, nobody bought the puke, broken, and literally stupid ugly cosmetic. Guess we don't do that style again. Yes. That is exactly what it is. Polls are great, but polls are basically a collection of anecdotal data about how people feel. Sales numbers are sales numbers. That's solid. There is no disputing sales numbers. Ready? When they reopened Alpha 1 sales, they had just under 10,000 Alpha 1 backers. When they reopened Alpha 1 sales, they increased the total number of Alpha 1 backers by 5,000. And immediately some fucking Muppets jumped up and down, and because people are stupid, they said, well, that's good because Intrepid just made $2.5 million. I said, no, they didn't. And people are like, well, they just sold 5,000 alpha packs at $500 a piece. I said, but that's not what they did. And people argued with me, and I said, so you're telling me they got 5,000 new Alpha 1 testers and not a single one of them was an upgrade? Oh. So some of those people upgraded and were $125. There is a big difference between $500 and $125. You gotta know, you gotta have your data points. So again, it would be disingenuous to say all 5,000 people were upgrades, but the very minimum they made was 625,000. Yeah, you went from the 250 pack to the 500 pack. So there is a range of how much money they made. They made at least 625,000, and they made no more than 2.5 million. Guys, that is a wide range. Which one of those do you want? Do you want a 625,000 annual salary, or do you want a $2.5 million annual salary? If you only want a 625,000 annual salary and 2.5 million's on the table, please hire me, and for a modest fee of 30%, I will manage all your money for you. What's 900,000 between friends? Your increased subscription fee will have a worse effect on my wallet, though. Yes. I understand you value 75% not being at all affected, over 25% being severely affected, but perhaps everyone could be minorly affected so the game doesn't lose 25%. So this person says they're going to lose 25% of their potential player base. And to that, I say you are full of shit, right? Because remember, I've done lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of time, effort, and energy on researching the monetization. People are upset about the cosmetics. Did you know the number of people who are upset about the cosmetics is a tiny, 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 tiny sliver of people. It's a very small sliver. He keeps ignoring it because it's irrelevant for your self-admitted 75% of the population. Ergo is irrelevant to the conversation. If Narc can stomach the cosmetic system, everyone should be. How about this? No box cost, no cash shop, $19.99 a month, plus pay for every character slot. That's an easy alternative monetization. That's lots of them. Can I just say this idea sucks? Radically sucks. Plus, you would drive away a ton of players. Probably 40 to 50% of your player base with a 33% bump in monthly sub. Your yearly cost now goes from 180 minus discounts, 180 to, why can't I do public math? To 240. It's like, can I just sit in? Can I just say this idea sucks? Radically sucks. Plus, you would drive away a ton of players, probably 40 to 50% of your player base with a 33% bump in monthly sub. This thread was her biggest mistake in her life, as per her latest message. Oh, was it? Weird. I'll probably need to refresh. I hope your investments in your limited edition cosmetics in replace of shares in your cash shops, but definitely not pay to win because it was promised by my BFF Steven works out. I will definitely never share another idea about a differing monetization model for a video game. It was my biggest mistake in my life, and I truly regret having a minority opinion. Begs for forgiveness, fizzles away. See, those are the people that, you know, some of you aren't going to understand this, but all the older people who've been around for a while, you're going to understand this. This is the dumbest fucking display of the inability to have an adult conversation that I've ever seen. And if you're not down with that, I got 2 words for you. Suck it. You don't act like this. You literally said, I don't like your monetization, but I don't know fuck all about fuck all enough in order to present a better alternative. The problem is everybody can point out problems. Okay? Every single person on the planet can point out problems. The reason why you guys all come to my show isn't because I point out problems and I bitch and I whine and I complain and I whinge. You guys come to my show because you're like, oh, not only does he point out a problem, he provides a solution. There is not one thing I complain about Ashes of Creation that I don't propose a solution for. For example, I don't like the fact that main classes are locked. I hate this fact. I absolutely positively hate the fact that I can't swap between Summoner and Cleric and Bard and Mage. You know, I could carry on and I could say, Steven, what if we could swap our mains between the reds and the blues? So like I could be a tank, fighter, rogue, or ranger, or I could be a mage, cleric, summoner, bard. Steven said no. He believes that there's a certain amount of commitment and investment to your character when you pick a primary archetype and you stick with it. Okay. No, they didn't. They never went back and said that they would allow main archetypes to be changed. Never, ever. No, never. Absolutely not. They've never said that. Ever. Never. Never. The problem is that I say, I don't like this feature. And Steven says, there's a reason why I have it. Okay, well, there's a reason why he has it. I've talked to him. He said, I'm not changing it. You're sure? 100%? 100%. This is a core design pillar, not going to be changed. Okay, then I move on. I don't make forum threads because it doesn't matter. 75% of the community could say that would be a great idea. And Steven says it's a great idea, but it's not what we're doing. And then he goes with the Ashes won't be for everybody. And then when I have to turn around and be the opposition to my own argument, I have to say, there's a lot of things I don't know why Intrepid does why they do. I just have to trust their game development. I have to trust their game design. I don't have a problem with The fact that I'm locked into a main character. I'm locked into a main character on WoW. I'm locked into a main character on Elyon. I'm locked into a main character on BDO. Locked into a main character on Guild Wars 2. Revelation Online. It's not something I haven't encountered before. Do I prefer Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 14, and ArcAge? Yes, I do. I do prefer those games. ESO, yeah, I'm locked into a main character on ESO. I'm locked into a main character on Blade and Soul. Do I like the freedom of Final Fantasy and ArcAge? Yes, I do. Do I like the freedom and flexibility of EVE Online, where I put my time determines where my points go? Yes, I do. Do I like Fractured? Do I think that the idea that Fractured has is the absolute best idea in game development right now? Abso-fucking-lutely I do. Fractured has the best classless-based system I have ever seen. But some of those games have specs that allow you to fill multiple roles. Irrelevant. ESO doesn't even have a class system. ESO is, you can be a healer, tanker, damage dealer. That's irrelevant. I want to be able, I'm not talking about filling roles. I'm talking about, I want to change my base class, my base archetype. That's the point here. It's not half measure. It's not an accommodation. Steven is the dictator and gets final say. He doesn't have to listen to anybody for any reason. It's his show, his money. No. Horrible view to have. Steven is not the dictator and Steven doesn't get the final say. That's incorrect. The consumer has the final say. Steven is the head motherfucker in charge. Steven's got... people got to realize this. Steven's got a ton of his own money on the line. But so does the community. So do the consumers. So do the taxpayers. There's a lot of places that Intrepid Studio gets money, and it's not all out of Steven's pocket. Steven does have the final say of the design, but the customers can take their money elsewhere. Absolutely. Steven can't afford to say everything will be my way and I'm going to be rigid and not change on anything. For example, Steven could have said, I don't care about your opinion on the dwarves. Would cost him players. Steven could say, I don't care about your opinion on 1v1 for military nodes. That would cost him players. The problem becomes, you can't say, I'm going to run my company like a dictatorship, because a dictatorship is only effective because the people don't have any other choice. A dictatorship is effective because the people that are in charge are in charge. Don't worry, I have all my screens off. The people are in charge and they can't go anywhere. Cuba being a dictatorship, they're on an island. People that don't want to live in the dictatorship, they jump on a raft and they sail to America. They didn't change the dictatorship. Remember, guys, one of the biggest pieces of advice I give to as a motivational speaker, when I gotta get back to motivational speaking. COVID needs to fucking end, man. I haven't done a motivational speech in like a couple of years. Like shit, 2.5 years now. One of the biggest pieces of motivational advice I can give you is ACL. Accept it, change it, or leave. If you don't like your scenario, it doesn't matter what you can give me any event going on in your life. You have to accept it, change it, or leave. Dictatorship, people in Cuba, what do? They don't want to accept it. They can't change it, so they leave. They get on a boat and they sail to fucking America. Steven can't afford to be a dictator. No company can. Well, some companies can. Elon Musk can absolutely be a dictator. Elon Musk can be a dictator. We're no longer gonna accept cryptocurrency. How can he get away with that? Because where are you getting an electric car? If you're getting an electric car, are you getting something other than a Tesla? Anyway, I gotta walk out of the room real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah. I mean, you could, really, but okay. Now, where are you charging them? Think that through. Think the logistics through. So, everywhere, really? Are you? Don't think your country, Zetrix. Think globally. Think globally. Why do you... Norway has every charger at Norway. Great. Hold on. Ready? Hold on. I am very happy that Norway has chargers everywhere, right? I want you to recognize something. Your country has a little, like 200,000 more people than the city of Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. Your country is the size of one of our cities. We 5 million, yeah, 5.1 in Chicago, 5.3 in Norway. So your country is spread out to one of our metropolitan areas. Again, how do you make something accessible to everybody? You're not going to have parking garages with 87 different chargers in them. I know people don't like the idea of monopolies. But do you know the good part about monopolies? Is that you don't have a bunch of fucking bullshit going on with like 19 different variations of something. Like, for example, you guys saw the movie Apollo 13 and the actual fuck of a government, organization where one module had square cartridges for the air filters and one had circles. Why not agree on a single charger type to be the universal one? Why not? USB-C. Yeah, Zetrix. Why? And Zetrix, you're a computer guy. USB-C is... Why is it taking so... why is it taking so long to adopt a universal standard for chargers? And then even when you get companies to agree, did you guys know, all my Apple product fans in here, and I've seen this happen, so I know it's the truth. Sure, you have universal, because what does USB actually stand for? You know, what does USB stand for? Universal Serial Bus. Well, we're on version C until it's universal. Also, did you guys know that you can't charge an Apple product with other USB cords? It actually does damage to them. They will actually shut down because that's because accessory business is big money. Ding, 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 fucking ding. It's like I told you guys, ready? The other big business is this. Okay? As you guys can see, hold on, let me turn off my blur just so you can see the nice quality. This thing never got any damage to it. This is another wonderful Samsung product. You know, it's nice, it's neat, it's, gently used. It was my tablet when I was my tablet when I was at the Pentagon, sitting in meetings, taking notes. They won't update the operating system because it's like 10 years old. What do? It's not like you can do anything with it. A tablet isn't a PC. So if I don't update the software, I can't watch Twitch on it. I can't watch YouTube on it because it literally says you must update the application. Update the application. You must update your operating system. Update the operating system. This device isn't eligible for an operating system upgrade. Luckily, my wife found that on the discontinued clearance rack. It was like a $250 tablet. She got it for like $50, and it served its purpose. But that's the fucking problem. That's the world we live in. That's called standardization. And the reason is because they have a proprietary charger and they stick a proprietary charging station on a street corner. They will sell more proprietary cars. Exactly. Sideload a different OS. I can't. That's the problem, Zetrix. I can't. That tab, it's not a PC, so you don't have the freedom over it like you do over a PC. It literally, the only way I can put an OS on it is through the store, and the store won't give me the OS. I could, you know, jailbreak it. Yeah, I could. Well, I can't even really do that. No, the problem is can I do it? Yes, I can. Can I do it easily? No, I can't. Is it worth it to do? No, it's not. Especially because I'm still not going to be able to put the applications I want on it, because it's still going to error out and say, you cannot put this application on because your operating system is the wrong one. Why is the operating system the wrong one? Because I can't install the operating system through the way they want me to. It's inherent obsolescence. They want that to happen because they want me to go out and buy a 2022 tablet. The joke's on them. I don't need a tablet. It's also a Samsung product, so fuck them. Guarantees you have to buy new stuff every 10 to 15 years. Guarantees you have to buy new stuff every like 5 to 7 years. Absolutely. But no, what Face said, the reason why Tesla, no, Tesla's a weird company, by the way. Tesla, you can't charge your Tesla at the Tesla dealership. You can't charge your Tesla at the Tesla dealer. They won't give you any. They won't give you any juice. But, you know, electric cars sound great on paper. But it's just like Europeans come to America and they go looking for a public transit system. Europeans, I'm going to tell you, you guys have this down pat. I love it, right? I love this. I go to Europe, and my favorite thing about landing in London, once I get to London, unless I need to jump a cab somewhere, and when I take my double-decker tour bus tour, because I always take it because I love it, I never set foot in a cab unless an emergency happens and I need to get across town real quick. I love the fact that you land at Heathrow, and then you get on the subway, and then everywhere you want to go in London, you just ride the subway. That's it. You ride the subway. Fucking amazing mass transit. Nowhere in America has mass transit as good as London. Nowhere. Because there's no money in it. There's no money in mass transit. And why is there no money in mass transit? The car lobby doesn't want you to buy mass transit. The fossil fuel lobby doesn't want you to have mass transit. The secondary and tertiary services of owning your own vehicle don't want you to have that. If we had mass transit in this country, and airlines don't want there to be mass transit. Because remember, public transit is owned by the government. Airlines are privately owned. Why is there no fast train? Why are there no bullet trains in this country? Why don't we have a train that can take you from major city to major city rapidly? Shit, Japan has them. London. What is going on, you two? Stop it. Hey. Two mutton heads fighting outside my door. You don't have trains? We do have trains. They're not very effective. We have trains that'll take you 12 hours to go from Wichita, Kansas to Chicago. I can drive it in that. I can drive it in that. I've seen a headline for an article that Japan is developing one that goes 150 miles or something wild. The train that goes, the Eurostar, goes 186 miles an hour. 186. I'm asking the same. Give me a train that travels from where I live to my hometown in 1 hour instead of 5 hours. Went from Erie, Pennsylvania to Seattle, Washington on Amtrak. Was a nice, comfy ride, but 59 hours. Okay, hold on. Erie, PA to Seattle. 59 hours by train, but I could drive it in 38. 2 days for the train from Virginia to New York, drive in 8 hours due to a layover. Yep. That's the problem. See, you're talking about a country. A lot of our trains are meant to haul goods, not people. It's about cost per ton mile. Slower train is more efficient. You're right. Well, no. You're right and you're wrong. A slower train is more efficient for moving goods, absolutely. But the faster trains, the reason why they won't put a train in between Chicago and St. Louis is because everybody keeps lobbying. There was a plan to put a train in from Chicago to St. Louis, a high-speed train. The problem is that the Illinois people want the train to stop at Springfield. And the company that was going to put the train in, said, we're not putting the train in if it's going to stop in Springfield. And everybody says, why? And says, because we can't even get up to high speed between Chicago and Springfield. But the acceleration curve and the amount of time it would take, they wouldn't be able to get to the high speed, because by the time they got to that high speed, they'd already have to enter in their deceleration. And because they can't do that, the overall time, like somebody did the math and they said, well, you get from Chicago to Springfield in X amount of time. And they said, no, because we can't reach that cruising speed because we'd already be braking before we got going. And then it turns out to be, if they stopped in Springfield, it'd be a 6-hour train ride and it's a 43-minute plane flight. And so what do the airlines all do between St. Louis and Chicago? Fucking $49 fares. Why? Because they want to make sure that there's absolutely no consumer interest in a train. Because if I'm only charging you $49 to go from St. Louis to Chicago, why are you even going to think about spending 4 hours on a train? Or 3 hours and 14 minutes or whatever it was. These are all the factors of consumerism. To take us back, to loop this back around to our post, the person says, I'd be okay with spending $19 a month on my MMORPG. I don't think people would be. Let's just say this. How many of you would be okay spending $20 a month, 20 a month on your MMORPG instead of 15? My door. Better be a damn great MMO. Better be the best goddamn MMO of all time. If it's a good game, I would. Depends on the perceived quality. Excuse me. Gonna slurp down some pizza here. Depends. Perfect MMO. I would pay $19.99 a month, but I wouldn't. I would not have 2 accounts at $20 a month. I would not. Give me a couple of years when I have a stable income. Karthos is hitting a major nail right on the head. You're going to be much more perceptive of time gating in a game you're paying $20 a month for. Also, look at what 46 Nation said. $20 a month depends on how long the MMO lasts. That's a great point. At $20 a month, you are going to be a much more critical consumer. Dollar for dollar, my MMO costs already give me the lowest per hour of entertainment of any entertainment. That's probably a good point. I'm gonna look at something real quick. I want to see where I'm at. 80 hours per month in the game means 25 cents an hour. Yeah. 20. Yeah, I knew what you meant. I want to let you guys know right now. I'm at 20 hours. I'm at 20 hours on Dying Light 2. So if I had bought the game, I would be at $3 an hour right now. Wanting till you get it, then want something more. So. Yeah, I would say that in an MMO that's good, I spend probably in an MMO. Let's do. I spend about 270. I spend about 270 hours a month in my MMOs. You can spend as much as you want on your hobbies. It's not about dollars per hour. It actually is. And the reason why is that's what a marketeer does. A marketeer gives your hours a numerical value. For example, I'm going to give you one that's going to probably ruin you for the rest of your life. You go to an all-you-can-eat buffet. Go to an all-you-can-eat buffet. Why is it you'll go and you'll spend like $19.99 or $24.99 at an all-you-can-eat buffet? And you'll eat until you're burst. But you'll go order a $23 steak and then you'll feel like you're overpaying. But the quality of the food on the buffet wasn't better than the steak. Why is it that all you can eat buffet is this big selling point? Shouldn't whatever meal you order satisfy you? So shouldn't any meal satisfy you? It sounds like a pricey buffet. I mean, I'm going with a little bit higher end buffet. I mean, I know some buffets are $7. The Chinese place we go to is $7. The owner of the Chinese place laughs with us because sushi is 70 cents a piece takeout. But my wife and I only pay $7 or $8 for the buffet. And he's got an amazing sushi cook there, sushi chef. My wife and I each get about 12 pieces of sushi. So at $12 at 70 cents a piece, we get sushi and then other food. Well, we've covered our cost of our buffet on just the sushi. I like the option to spend. A sub price isn't optional, given that you see playing the game is optional for you. I'd more likely to spend $20 on a game given the choice. If you nickel and dime me, I'll just quit and you lose all my money. Yeah, that's the big one. That's the big one. And that's what I think the problem's going to be. I think that people who want Ashes to charge, the people that want Ashes to charge $19.99 a month and then have that be all inclusive. Well, first of all, remember, there's a quote from Steven on the Discord that they estimate their average revenue per paying user is going to be $23 a month. So that means they're estimating, and I don't know where the fuck they got that number, but they have it. Probably based off sales. They're going to have $23 per average user. That means for everybody who only spends the 15, there's got to be somebody that spends 32, 33. in order to hit that target goal. As I did on the video on my YouTube, it's going to take more than just the monthly sub to continue Ashes going in the right direction. That's like 1 in 4 people buying a $25 cosmetic or something roughly. 6. It's like 1 in 3 people buying a $25 cosmetic, because 25 divided by 3 is essentially 8. 25 plus 8 or 15 plus 8 is 23. So essentially 1 in 3 people buying a $25 cosmetic. Yeah. The trick to that though is, if that's in their long-term plan, then I understand why they're making the decisions they're making. But somebody said that Intrepid will be able to live off the $15 monthly sub, and I said no, they won't, because they're going to be so far in debt. Remember. Intrepid Studios is going to be is going to be a legal entity. Intrepid Studios is a legal entity. Now, I am confused. And one of these days, I want to ask Steven just off the cuff. I want to say to him, why in some places is an Intrepid Studios LLC, and why in some places is an Intrepid Studios Incorporated? Because you cannot put Incorporated on a limited liability company. The Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated is a C corporation. That's why I tell you guys, none of the money that goes to the channel comes to me. I mean, obviously, if I needed to access it, I could bill myself and pay myself, but that'd be fucking a waste of tax money. But in some places, I see Intrepid Studios Incorporated, and in some places, I see Intrepid Studios Limited Liability. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't have both. They absolutely could have both for different reasons. So. Grumpy old man. Funny, grumpy old man just said, the build your own stir fry bowls. He said, no, but I'm an expert packing meat into my small build your own stir fry bowl. Can't tell you how many times I heard that no small, that large bowl. Grumpy old man, you'd be very proud of my little brother. My little brother, he, there was this place called Flat Top Grill in Chicago. It was a build your own stir fry place. He got so known for filling a bowl only meat. He didn't like vegetables. The only thing he put in the bowl was meat. So it got to the point where when he would walk in, they would just put up their hand and they say, "Not you. We'll bring you 1 full meat bowl," and that was it. We used to fill up 1 large bowl with meat and another large bowl of noodles. Then they started charging us for both bowls. Yeah, that's what happened to him. I mean, I get why people do it, but then you also start to get the whole, you guys know why build your own stir fry places, the meat's frozen, right? They, the meat's frozen and they deliberately have it frozen in weird shapes so that you can't do that. Like, they deliberately make it so that the chunks of meat can't be packed. They don't realize that smart people are just going to press down and break the freeze, but they're trying. They're desperately trying. I'm not reading that comment. I'm not reading that comment. I'm glad it all turned out well for you. Why is my Stream Deck doing that shenanigans? Do I not have my Stream Deck open? I do have my Stream Deck open. Why are you doing that? My Stream Deck is being bad. It's misbehaving. So. But no, overall, I think Intrepid Studios is in really, really, really great shape. I think Intrepid is in really amazing shape. That, I'm glad. Okay, so every community is going to be having complaints. Every community is going to be having complaints, concerns, bitches, gripes. I think if the worst we're hearing about Intrepid is based on the cosmetics, I think we're in pretty good shape. As compared to Star Citizen. Did you guys see what Star Citizen just did? Star Citizen. I think Chris Roberts may have fucking boned his company. Chris Roberts basically said, we're not giving you guys roadmaps anymore because you hold us accountable to roadmaps. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. Like, you put out a roadmap and you expect people to not treat it as gospel. Guess what? It's a roadmap. It's where we're going. It is where we are headed to. If you aren't going to follow your roadmap, then why did you hand me the map? I just hope Steven knows when to stop asking for feedback and says, okay, this is it. You know, that's a big problem. It really is. Because where are all the people that demanded action combat? Those people are going to go to whatever game is next up in the rotation. Some people have said that they think Riot Games' MMO is going to be nothing but an in-your-face theme park like Final Fantasy and WoW. I doubt it. They went off to play New World and now they're waiting on Lost Ark. Exactly. What they were doing I think is a good thing, but God, the messaging was terrible. Okay, so I'm assuming you mean Star Citizen. I'll loop back around to that in a second. Yeah, your action players have no loyalty. If you're an action player and you want to dispute this with me, I welcome you to. But in my personal opinion, action players have no loyalty because action players are going to go to the next action game that gets it just a little bit better. Why do you have no faith in the Riot MMO? His timelines for deliverables and the complexity is probably so far gone that adding new stuff is probably playing with the Tower of Sticks. Which game are you talking about? Chris Roberts, Star Citizen, or are you talking about Steven? What do you mean we have no loyalty? Action players have no loyalty. You guys will go to the very next game that has better action combat. We stick to our games. Bullshit, you stick to your fucking games. Kiss my ass that action players stick to their fucking games. You're still playing BDO? You're a singleton. Look at what happened with New World. Everybody went to New World and everybody left. ESO. Here, because I don't play ESO enough, I don't even have my own ESO combat opinion. Somebody in my community wrote my ESO combat. After jumping from the first 5 before that one, yeah. New World is the worst MMO I've ever seen. And 900,000 people were playing it concurrently. Somewhere between 1.8 and 2.3 million people bought New World. All those people were like, it's ready to go, launch it. What is it with gamers? Are gamers the kids that run into the kitchen and say, the cookies are ready? And then mom says, no, they're not. The cookies are ready. And you take them out of the oven and they bite into a big, you know, doughy, gooey mess. No. You gotta wait till it's fucking cooked. I think some of these action gamers need salmonella. What they are doing, I think, is good, but God, the messaging was terrible. No. What they're doing is bad. You're already how many years late? You're 8 years late on Squadron 42? How the fuck can you be 8 years late? How can you be 8 years late and have any respect for yourself? How can you be 8 years late? 8 fucking years late. Why would you ever try to design 3 games at the same time? Why not build 1 game? They're not late. They are late. They are late. What do you mean they're not late? They're just slow. No, they're late. I've seen software projects be 10 years late and fail. If a software project is 10 years late, let me say this, it's already failed. Not sure, ask Steven in 24. In 24, they'd only be 4 years late. Remember, in 24, they'd only be 4 years late. Star Citizen Squadron 42 is 8 years late. 8 years late. Not in development for 8 years. 8 years late. Intrepid's only 2 years late. Keep all these things in mind. When we say late, we're not talking about. It's like, remember, guys. I like to give real world examples so people can wrap their heads around them. Okay, if you show up at the doctor's office
If you show up at the doctor's office 15 minutes before whatever time it is they tell you to be there, okay? If they tell you to be there at 9 and you get there at 8:45 and you walk up at 9:05 and you say, I've been waiting for 20 minutes. No, you haven't. You've been waiting for 5. The 15 minutes you were there early isn't their problem. It's like when you get to the movie theater early and they're not showing the previews yet. And you're like, why don't they have previews on? Why the fuck are you 50 minutes early? You know? Star Citizen, though, is developed by Squadron 42 getting mechanics, and then they are imported to Star Citizen. I'm sorry, Squadron 42 was supposed to be done. So, who the fuck does that? Does what? Shows up 50 minutes early for a movie? Lots of people do. I'm one of them. People are too deep with Star Citizen saying they already sunk thousands of dollars. Yeah, that's the sunk cost fallacy. The sunk cost fallacy says you've already committed so much money that what you're going to do now is you're going to stick with it no matter the cost. I'm always 15 minutes early to everything. You never know what could happen on the way. Don't want to be late. I mean, it's not a bad philosophy, but the problem, and what I'm saying is, I'm not saying don't be 15 minutes late. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're early, I'm not saying don't be 15 minutes early. What I'm saying is, if you show up early, right? Oh, complain about them waiting 20 minutes when they were 20 minutes early? Yeah, people do that all the time. Wasn't late for the movie. I said I would be there at 7. And it's 11 p.m. I just had to drive really slow because I loaded my car full of garbage before I came. Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying when people show up early and then they get mad. Like, I've had job applicants when I was interviewing people. I had a job applicant show up an hour early. Wait in the fucking lobby. I came out. I grabbed a person. Interviewed them. They left. I'm writing at my desk, and I shit you not, the job applicant for the next hour knocks on my door. Hey, can I help you? I was wondering if you could do my interview early. No. And I went back to writing. The job applicant actually said to me, well, you're not doing anything anyway. I can do your job interview right now. What do you think about respecting other people's time? Well, what do you mean? What's your opinion on respecting other people's time? Well, I respect other people's time. Yeah, and you have no integrity because you just lied to me. Have a good day. The fuck do you think I'm doing right now? I'm writing my notes on the previous candidate. Why? Because I actually like to keep a file folder full of resumes. Because that way, if I always like to, and I'm one of those nice people. I'm one of those nice people. If I like say I know Carthos is hiring at his company for the same position I'm interviewing people for, and we're friends, and you know, I'm like, hey, did you fill your director of marketing position? And he's like, no. Said, I got a couple of resumes for some people I interviewed. I'm hiring one of them. Would you like the leads on the other people? And of course, if you know people, and as long as you're not competitors, of course, you have 3 quality candidates that have applied at your company. Of course, I want those leads. The leads are weak. The leads are weak. As long as they aren't Methodists, yeah. Knocks on the door. Hey, you guys get free coffee around here? You know, I'll tell you guys the way I got a job. The way I got a job, I was sitting at the reception. I was sitting by the receptionist's desk waiting, and they had all the magazines there. The magazines were just strewn about on the table, and it was just triggering my OCD. So I started stacking them and putting them in, not only stacking them by magazine name, but I also lined them up in like date order because they had a ton of them. The guy that was going to interview me comes out and he's like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm sitting here. I'm not doing anything. Figured I'd be useful. And he's like, what? It's like, I figured I'd be useful. I said, people are just sitting here all the time. I don't think it looks very professional that there's just a stack of magazines. So I put them all in order and now they're useful. He says, what do you mean they're useful? I was like, well, these are all industry mags. These are all industry magazines. If one of you was walking past and you're like, oh yeah, I want to look at the July, you can pull that off the table. Or maybe it's one you haven't seen, so the most recent one's on top. He's like, come with me. We start talking. He's like, are you always this like eager? I was like, I just want to let you know I didn't do that for any points. I just did that because I was sitting here bored. And he's like, really? I was like, yeah. It's like, well, it's the sort of stuff I do. When I got to walk out of my office to think about something, the greatest thing you can do to get your mind off something is to do some menial task. You'd be surprised at how often a solution to a problem pops in your head while you're doing something pointless. Hey, whoa, you juked me. I was going to show him off. You want to get shown off? Watch this, guys. Watch this. I'm going to show him off. He knows there's a camera up front. Watch. See? He knows there's a camera. But he doesn't know there's a camera back here. Look at this pretty boy. Look at the pretty cat. You're not very happy with me, are you? Huh? You know there's a camera back there? Oh. So, he'll stop pestering me now because I showed him off. He'll be like, you showed me off. I don't like it. Yeah, he knew. That's funny. He left the office. He's out in the loft telling on me. Tamir walked past. He's sitting at her feet crying at her. Meow, he showed me off. Meow, he showed me off. You mean there wasn't some ulterior motive where you were only concerned about yourself? Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, I should show you guys, I should have taken a picture. My Girl Scout delivery came yesterday. What I ordered was diabetes. 22 boxes of cookies. I like Girl Scout cookies. They have a new flavor. They're little brownies. I'm gonna try those. They're really good. I laugh. Was it Carthos? Was that you that commented that the Girl Scouts are MLM? Fucking, it's true. It's funny, but it's true. The Girl Scouts of America are a multi-level marketing. Which Girl Scout did you order? Haha. I'm off. Got to get to bed. School for having early hours. Nice. Not a fan of those caramel brownies? Oh man, don't tell me that. Lie to me. Lie to me, Jerry. Lie to me. Show me the money. 22. Yes, Fire Sword. 22 boxes of Girl Scout cookies. I like cookies. Clearly, I'm getting fat again. It's been cold. And it's been cold, so I haven't been able to walk. I think I was less kind. I think that, oh, you said they were a cult? Yeah. My wife and I need to get back to the Y, but we've had a sick kid with us all the time. Really what I need to do is I need to just suck it up and I need to go to the Y at 5 a.m. and start my days at 5 a.m. That would be better. Get up early in the morning, go to the Y, come home before my kids are even up. So, be a good time right there. So, since I wasn't in the office, I didn't get any cookies this year. Oh, so sad. Generally, right around now, Carthos, if you're looking for cookies, if you go to like Walmart, this is what the Girl Scouts usually are selling them. Like what the parents do. This is a great trick. The parents want their kid to get X number of cookie sales. So the parents end up buying like 100 boxes, and then they sell them to the people like Carthos who don't have who don't have access to a cookie. I like those older Girl Scouts, like the one in the video cassettes, but something seems a little off. They seem really tall and stop it. No. What's multi-level marketing? Here's multi-level marketing. And a lot of people think multi-level marketing is a pyramid scheme, and it's not. Okay. So multi-level marketing is where you have the Girl Scouts of America, and then they have troops, And inside the troops, they have Girl Scouts, right? I don't know why I put a C. Girl Scout. And then the Girl Scout has parents who, of course, help with the sales. This is multi-level marketing. Now, a lot of people say, well, isn't that just a pyramid scheme, right? Isn't that just some sort of elaborate pyramid scheme? And the answer is no, because all of the money is filtering back up to this group. These are just salespeople, right? These are salespeople. They don't make a cut. The difference is with pyramid schemes. Pyramid scheme is something like this. Ready? I'll give you a pyramid scheme example. So here's me, right? And I tell you, if you sell X amount of something, right? So here's you. You come in here. And I tell you, you've got to do two things. You have to make X number of sales, and you have to recruit X number of people. So you need to make a bunch of sales, oftentimes paying me for books, literature, product, whatever, but you also have to bring in these people. Now, it's only a pyramid scheme if money that your people make comes up to you, and part of that money comes up to me. Yeah, you have to buy all your products from me in order to sell to your customers. So when your people come in, right, your people have to buy from you, which generates this pool of money, to which I get a percentage, even though I had nothing to do with this part of the transaction. If the money is still going up 2 levels, that's a pyramid scheme. Now, what really makes it a pyramid scheme is this person has to recruit, and so they got to get their X number of recruits, and their person spends money, which comes up to them, which comes up to them, which comes up to them, and somehow my pot of money has yellow money in it. This is legal. No, pyramid schemes are illegal. Pyramid schemes are illegal because I forgot how many exactly it works, but the standard pyramid scheme, I think once you're 10 steps down on the pyramid, on a standard pyramid scheme, there's actually not enough people on the planet for the 9th step to the 10th step to populate, because it just becomes an astronomical amount of people that need to be recruited. So let me just do this real quick. That's 100,000. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1 million. 6. That's 10 million. It's 100 million. 9 is 1 billion. Yeah. At the 9th to 10th step, you would need 10 billion people on the planet all involved. So works a lot like population distribution, though. A little bit. But yeah, pyramid schemes are illegal because what it's doing is it's taking money out of everybody's pocket up the chain. The difference between a multi-level marketing and a pyramid scheme is how many steps up does the money go. A lot of people call Ashes of Creation a pyramid scheme, and I'm just mollified at the fact that people are so stupid that they don't understand it. Works a lot like pop soda distribution. No, not exactly. Like with this referral code, right? You sign up, I get 15% of your purchases. But the person that referred me doesn't get anything of that. In fact, the person who referred me is likely to get less money because I don't need to ever spend cash at Intrepid, because I can pay for my sub with Embers. So the person above me will be like, well, Jay never spends any money. Well, you're right. Jay doesn't. Jay has a pile of referral money. A lot of people don't understand. It stops after one person. The Ashes of Creation monetization for the referral program is no different than an Amazon affiliate link. I have an Amazon affiliate link. I have an Amazon store down there. You see Sprocket and me and a little shop, top rate graphics right there, folks. But so No, I meant mollified. I meant mollified. I specifically mean mollified. You know why I mean mollified? For exactly the reason that you just brought it up. Because I want people to go and be like, that word doesn't sound right. Yeah, if you haven't noticed that I do use several words on my show wrong. It's intentionally wrong. No, I use the word intentionally wrong. The reason why I use the word intentionally wrong is the majority of people have to bust out the dictionary and be like, what does that word mean? You've pointed it out. I ignored it the first time. I'm letting you know. I'm aware I'm using the word wrong. Because it's a little thing I realize about people. People don't look up words that they hear, that they don't know. People are just like, roll with it. What's the word mean? Go look it up. Google, you boomer. Yeah. I'd actually look that word up now. Yeah, I know. That's the point. That's the point. I want you to look up words. I want self-improvement to happen. That's the trick. That's the trick. Because you know that meme? You keep saying that word, but I don't think you know what it means. Look up words. I had an uncle. I have an uncle. Well, is it, if you haven't talked to somebody in 10 years, do you still have them as an uncle or not? Like, when I was growing up, I had an uncle who didn't know what to do with a baby, so he read me the thesaurus in the dictionary at night. Riveting fucking bedtime stories. If they're blood, yes. Yeah. It's like, but I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is. I'm probably not going to see him until the next... I'm not going to see him until the next death in the family. Plus, you know, I feel bad, right? I feel bad. My uncle died a year ago during COVID. And the family was like, your uncle died. I'm like, thanks for telling me. I haven't seen him in like 8 years. What do you want from me? Like, I'm sorry. Where do I send the flowers? Would he not be if he, yeah, would he, like, the thing is that I don't know if I would refer to him as Uncle blank. I think if he showed up on my doorstep, I'd just be like, what, I think I would really be like, what the fuck do you want? Like one of my brothers, I haven't seen one of my brothers in 30 years. Yeah, 36 years. I haven't seen one of my brothers in 36 years. Like, fuck him, I guess. My kid's downstairs breaking stuff. The word I learned this month is Japanese. Okay, lonely mouth or boredom eating explains why I was overweight. Oh, dude, I boredom eat all the time. I boredom eat all the time. You call your best friend once a year, you always start off with, hey, dickhead. I sent a message to my best friend who I haven't seen since before I retired. I said, he has a Facebook. I guess he doesn't check it. I sent him a message. I said, you got old. I should have sent him a message like Ned Stark in King Baratheon. Be like, you got fat. Like, what up? You got fat. So. By the way, to talk about content creation real quick, my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel, the followers are both going down. The viewers on the YouTube channel are going down on the videos because I keep loading my old streams, which messes with my analytics. I don't personally care, but it amazes me every single day. Twitch streamers, I'm in a couple of help Twitch streamers Discords. They're always in a rush to make affiliate. I keep asking them why, and they say so I can make money. And I say, you're not going to make money being an affiliate. And they say, well, I can accept subs and I can get bits. If you're struggling to get to 3 average viewers, you're not going to make affiliate and then suddenly champagne is not going to flow from the ceiling. You're not suddenly going to get all this money. Like, sure, you might one day catch the eye of like Mr. Beast. He might come in, he might really like what you're doing, but you're probably not. It's probably not going to be,
what happens. That's not how that works, right? That's not how that works. It's so amazing to me that people think that this is easy. This is hard. This is a hard career to get into. I liken this to sports. I liken Twitch streaming to sports for nerds. How many people, if you think about it, how many high schools are there in the country? In America, not the whole world. How many high school football teams are there in America? There are 16,000 high school football teams. 16,000 high school football teams. That's a lot of football teams. That means there's conservatively 800,000 to a million high school football players. But it always bothers me. It bothers me immensely when you got the coach saying, well, what you need to do to get a college scholarship, what you need to do to this, what you need to go to do, what you need for this. If there's 800,000 to 800,000 to a million high school football players, how many of them are going to get a college scholarship? And then when you take that number of college football players to professional football players, the number gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Great. Failed as a jock growing up. Now as an adult, I cannot stream well. Failing as a nerd also. Yeah, sorry. But no, it just amazes me that people get it filled in their head. Like, you can make it you can do anything you put your mind to. How many of you are from the 80s and the 90s? Grumpy Old Man is from the 60s. How many of you are from that generation where all the motivational posters in your school that literally said, you can do anything you put your mind to? What a bullshit statement, right? What a bullshit piece of demotivational. You're growing up and I'm putting my mind to it, but it's not working. That's the biggest lie ever. It is. I'll be right back. At higher level, talent separates the good from the great, and you can't teach talent. Correct. You can't. Oh, born in 58. Nice. You can't. You're right. You can't teach talent. You can refine talent. You can't. That there is a reason why leadership is called an art and a science. Leadership is an art and a science. The reason why is you can read all of those books back there on leadership. You can go to all of the military's leadership courses. You can pay thousands of dollars to go to leadership courses, but you're learning the science of it. If you don't start with, and it's always weird, if you don't start with that je ne sais quoi, that thing that I know that I do not know, that I cannot define, you're not going to be a top leader. People say, well, you can work on all of your deficiencies. Sure, you can work on all your deficiencies. But if you have too many deficiencies, you're just never going to get to the same tier as the people who walk in and they're confident. It's like I say, self-help. Self-help is great, but Billy Bob Thornton says you can't help yourself because yourself sucks. There's a certain truth to that. As demotivational as that is, there is a certain truth to the fact that self-help can only get you so far. I used to do one of two things that a teacher would tell me that. Either I would ask what career path to becoming male, pregnancy surrogate, or I'd simply put my head onto a book and sarcastically explain that I can perform at the subject. Oh, nice.
6.5% of high school football players go to the NCAA, and 1.6 of those players get drafted into the NFL. Thank you for doing the math on that. So high school coaches out there, and guys, this is that bullshit that, you know, I remember doing doubles. I remember pissing the head coach off and doing triples. Doing triples out there in the fucking August heat. Fuck this. 1.6% of players get drafted into the NFL. Your odds aren't doing too good there. Odds aren't looking too good. But I hate when we tell kids, I hate that high school, I hate the fact that, 1.6% of those players, I hate the fact that we tell kids you're going to get a scholarship for sports. Average NFL player career isn't that long either. Correct. You guys saw Brian Urlacher, one of the best defensive players in the league. Played with the Bears his whole career. Didn't want to play with anybody else. Sucks that he played in the Super Bowl, didn't win, didn't get his ring. Great player. Didn't want to go play for anybody else. A lot of NFL players are like, nah, ain't doing that. To be honest, I have to disagree with that quote. I acknowledge that myself is shit and I hate myself, but if I want to do something, I do it and brute force through it. Either the obstacle falls or I fail. It seems to be worked out. You can't help yourself because yourself sucks. The thing in the movie is, if you need self-help, you can't help yourself. If you get to a point where you're trying to do self-help, you're already lost. You got to see the whole movie. The point of it is, people that can help themselves don't go to the self-help section. Also, fucking ironically, when you work in a bookstore, what is self-help? If you don't know what self-help is, you need to Google self-help because it's too fucking much. But I always laugh at the people who walk into the bookstore, walk up to the bookstore person and says, "Where's the self-help section?" And it's pretty fucking self-defeating, don't you think? Average NFL career doesn't need to be long. It actually does. The average NFL career does need to be long. A lot of athletes on teams don't make shit. So, a lot of athletes on the team don't make anything. Let's... Self-help, the action or process of bettering oneself or overcoming one's problems without the aid of others. So, yeah, $860,000 minus taxes, minus the agent fee. Guy I went to high school with was NFL quarterback. Played his final season as Philip Rivers' backup, and he made only $1.4 million. Yeah, there was a guy in my high school who got not drafted. He got a scholarship to college. He played 2 years in college, and then he went right to the NFL. Yeah, not to mention the long-term health issues. Yeah, but I mean, there was I bad with names. There was one NFL player who went into the NFL, and he was living on like $60,000 a year. And when he got asked why, he said, because my plan is to only do this for X number of years. Every other penny of my salary, every other penny of my salary goes into investments. So that I don't have to do this my whole life. And then I don't have to work when I'm done. 1.4 million is terrible compared to the average 50K. I mean, remember when you get a $1.4 million salary, you're going to be paying an awful lot of taxes. You're going to be paying your agent. I think I'm not saying that they can cry poor mouth, but I mean, a lot of people think that they're pulling down or they're keeping all 1.4 million of that, and they're not. I mean, you're right off the bat. Can I do this quickly? $1.4 million, just a ballpark tax estimation, you would pay $418,000 in taxes. Well, they'd pay 400 and some odd thousand, so they're down to about 800,000. And then keep them up. They're going to be paying their agent a percentage. So, yeah, and we're talking about less than 0.091% of high school players get that opportunity. Exactly. That's it too. You can make 1.4 million go a long way, but it gets back to financial literacy. But hey, it's money and they can spend it how they like. So is this game ever going to release, or is it going to keep getting held back constantly like Star Citizen? Ashes of Creation and Star Citizen should not be compared, given the fact that Star Citizen is 8 years late and Ashes is 2. So yes, no, not at all. I mean, I'm pretty certain that you came here to be a miscreant and not actually ask a genuine question, which is cool. I mean, you're allowed to do anything you want. But if you came here to ask, you deflected instead. I didn't deflect instead. First of all, I don't have to deflect or receive. And now you're insulting me. I genuinely curious. Wow. It's pretty fucking impressive that you can come on a show trying to be a streamer. I guess you were trying to be a streamer years ago. You started off with a loaded question. I didn't insult you. I didn't insult you in the slightest. I said you came in and you asked a disingenuous question. If you don't know what disingenuous means, I guess we're back to the Google thing that we had a couple of minutes ago. You asked a disingenuous question. I was separating out your disingenuous question. I said you came in here and wanted to be a miscreant. And definitely by the way you're behaving, that's what you wanted. I guess you're also a good example. Thanks. You're a good example because I was talking earlier about failed streamers. So thank you for closing that loop for me. With that in mind, you asked a loaded question. You said, is this game ever going to release, or is it going to keep getting held back constantly like Star Citizen? You tried to equate Ashes of Creation to Star Citizen. I was correcting your misinformation and your misunderstanding. Star Citizen is 8 years late on Squadron 42. Ashes of Creation is 2 years late. You said I deflected. I didn't deflect. Where in that was a deflection? I literally said Ashes of Creation is 2 years late. I didn't make an excuse for him. I just put you on the right level. It's a little bad comparing Ashes to Star Citizen. I mean, I could go deeper into that as you're comparing Ashes of Creation to Star Citizen. Star Citizen's raised over $400 million, has a team of 500 people working on the project. They've projected within 2 years to be at 1,500 people on the project, and yet just the other day they blew up into the faces of their people and said, we're no longer going to provide you milestones because you guys don't know how to use milestones appropriately, which is fucking comical because milestones are project management tools. I agree it's a bit of a reach with the comparison, but your reaction was completely uncalled for calling me a failed streamer and shit like that. What the fuck is that? The truth? I'm sorry. Did I say something untrue? Because if I said something untrue, let me know. How do you even know if I was a streamer? How do I know if you were a streamer? First of all, the pretentious TV at the end of your name could be a fucking good one. Second of all, the amount of time it takes a person to make 2 clicks, and I bring up your show, and you have 195 followers. So, I mean, if you weren't aware of that, if you're no longer going to be a streamer, Twitch allows you to change your name. Take the TV off of your name, because here's what happens. Image is everything. Thirst is nothing. Ignore Sprite. You come into my show and you have TV. I immediately assume you're coming in here to stir up the shit. Okay. You asked a disingenuous question. I broke it down for you. Wrong guy to fuck with. Because here's the thing. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if I stay at 53 viewers. I don't care if I go back to my 1,100 viewers. I don't care. I want to have a nice community. You come in and you act like a fucking clown. Now, if you want to stay and get educated about Ashes, that's great. And if you don't, that's also great. I was not coming in here to start the shit, and the question wasn't disingenuous. You just assumed it was. I wanted to know why the game is late. All right, look, fucking clown. Put on your fucking shoes and your fucking big hat your white face, your squeaky nose. It was a disingenuous question. You've already admitted that. You already admitted that. You said, I agree it's a bit of a reach with the comparison. So you already admitted that you asked a disingenuous question, because if you say it was a bit of a reach, if it wasn't a disingenuous question, you would have defended your question. So let's just start with the fact that you came in to ask a disingenuous question. Because if you wanted to know why the game was late, you would have come in and you would have asked why the game is late. And then I could have told you, number one, Intrepid Studios had a completely unrealistic expectation of when they were going to be delivered, when they were going to be able to deliver. Number two, they've had some major engineering issues over the years. At the end of 2018, end of 2018, early 2019, they realized that they had to go all the way back to the beginning with their back end. Their back end couldn't produce the results they wanted. So in December, they got to some early action combat testing of December of 2018. By February, thank you, wasn't a disingenuous question. I just asked it like an asshole, and I apologize for that. Great, you admit you're an asshole. So, December of 2018, they start action combat testing. They realize the back end that they've developed isn't going to work. February of 2019 through August of 2019, while their art team, their animation team, their design teams are continue going forward, their engineering team actually had to go back. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, go back to start. Candyland, or Chutes and Ladders, went down, started over again. By August of 2019, they had their back end to where they wanted to do some more testing. They did some more testing. They realized we're not there yet. Now, at this point, I don't make any excuses for Intrepid Studios, because this is when we were in about the alphas next month, alphas in 2 months, alphas in a couple of months. So, wasn't expecting to fucking go off that hard. Oh, my friend, if you're going to stick around this show, you're going to realize that you feel like I just drop kicked you like Leonidas into the pit, and all I did was do this to the tip of your nose. That wasn't hard. That wasn't hard at all. If you think that was hard, you're on the wrong show. I call out my own staff. I call out my own staff when they go full Muppet. Don't go full Muppet. Don't ever go full Muppet. So anyway, Intrepid Studios isn't the same flavor of failure as Star Citizen. One of those things is Intrepid's failing. If you're on my show long enough, I am never going to defend Intrepid Studios because they are in fact failing. But Steven has to learn. Steven, as the CEO of the company, as the lead game... let me back that up. Steven, as the CEO of the company and the creative director, he doesn't have a background in game development. Also, at least Steven hasn't produced a movie, Chris Roberts, that sucked. Did they do the studio tour yet? No, which is another one of those things where I don't know why Intrepid won't just show 3 or 4 shots of the studio to be like, yep, they have a studio. The funny thing is, guys, I have the address to the new studio. I know, I can tell you, as a person, I can tell you without a doubt, they're in a new studio. They have rental space. They're there, right? They're in a new studio. Why they don't take 3 or 4 pictures just to prove to the world that they have a new studio is beyond me. They say it's Chris Roberts did directing work. What was that movie? Was it what was the movie? Chris Roberts movie. Wing Commander. It was Wing Commander. It is a horrible movie. It is. I cannot in good faith. I cannot in good faith tell you to go watch Wing Commander with Freddie Prinze Jr. Yeah, it was it 97. It's so old, man. Freddie Prinze Jr. was like the main actor in it. But there are a lot of things that Intrepid is failing at. So when people come to my show and they want to ask the redonkulous question, I'll get in the ring, man. It's no problem. You're not gonna like it, but at least the guy apologized. Now the guy can hang out. We can be a good time. A lot of times people come to the show, they want to get stupid, and that's why my fucking block list is longer than my follower list. It's okay. Wing Commander, I liked it when I was a kid, but now it's pretty bad. Yeah. Robert's daughter is apparently in Doom Patrol. I remember Freddie Prinze Jr. in it. And Matthew Lillard. Man, can we all just agree for a second that Matthew Lillard is like the most underrated supporting actor ever? He's got 150 credits to his name. Mortal Kombat Legends, Shaggy, Good Girls, American Dad, Scooby-Doo, Hellden, Critical Role, Teen Titans Go. This guy's been Phantom 52. This guy's been busy. This guy has been busy in the last couple of years. But he is such an underrated actor. He was in oh man, we're going older here. He was in Criminal Minds on a TV show. I do remember him from that. What is the one that he was with Jason Statham? Jason Statham was Farmer. In The Name of the King. He was in The Name of the King as well. You pretty much wanted a movie to succeed at that time. You put Freddie Jr. and Matthew Lillard in it. Yeah. They were in so many movies together in the late 90s. Yeah, what was the Mindhunters? Wasn't he in Mindhunters as well? No, that was Johnny Lee Miller. Johnny Lee Miller was another one in the 90s, right? In the 90s, the late 90s, the early 2000s. Johnny Lee Miller was in like everything. But of course, Johnny Lee Miller was across from Angelina Jolie in Hackers, and he never really, that was him. He got typecast, right? So. Okay, I hope you're still here. I hope you're still here, Physics. Because the very fact I popped over to this guy's channel. His second rule is if you have to explain yourself, you probably fracked up. The fucking irony is so delicious. I love that flavor of irony right there. You are awesome. I still want an expanded movie universe for 13 Ghosts. No shit. Why did 13 Ghosts not get a bunch of... Why did 13 Ghosts not get a whole universe? 13 Ghosts would make an amazing TV show. I mean, you'd have to basically say when you're making the TV show, be like, okay, guys, remember this movie, 13 Ghosts? Okay, so we're basing a metaverse on it, but the movie didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? You could do like 3 seasons right off the bat. I mean, unfortunately, you've kind of ruined the punchline, but you could definitely do it. Also, no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. I'm really liking what they're doing with... Okay. So, no spoilers. So I'm gonna struggle here. I really like the idea of what they're doing with The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett and all the other spin-offs. But I don't like how they've handled the last 2 episodes of the Book of Boba Fett. But I think anybody that's watching it, no spoilers, you know that they're doing good stuff. They got good stuff going on. Really happy with that. Looking forward to I'm still confused by the timeline, but like the show. Okay, Axel, here's the timeline. Ready? Here's the timeline. 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. And then The Mandalorian. Just like you've got 1, 2, and 3, Solo, Rogue One, 4, 5, and 6, and then The Mandalorian, The Book of Boba Fett, and then whatever else they're going to jam in there. But You checked out a Star Wars with The Last Jedi? Oh, no. You got to go watch The Mandalorian. It is worth buying Disney Plus for 1 month just to binge The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett. You might want to wait a couple of weeks until the Book of Boba Fett is finished, then binge all that, and then you can turn your Disney Plus subscription off. So, with that said, guys, I am going to duck out of here in about 15 minutes. Actually, I'm probably going to duck out of here a little bit. I'm going to talk to my wife for a few minutes. My wife's got to go for a sleep study. That's why I started early. I'd forgotten that my wife had to go. And then the start of the show was so jacked up. Like, I forgot to change the stream info. My camera wasn't set up. I had to restart my computer, which was what caused the problem. I was playing Dying Light, and I answered all my YouTube comments. I talked to all my Fiverr artists, and then I was playing Dying Light. And then I was like, oh shit, I got to start early. Ever think that MMOs will develop a new way of creating them, much like Agile made releasing usable small deliverables, so it's not a big bang and risk process? So, good question. Let's look at that. Do I ever think that MMOs will develop a new way of creating them? Yes. And this is easy. Ready? I'll show you how. This is basically a start of how you do a dungeon. So 6, 7, 8, and then imagine, for example, that you had, and we're just going to do 4 because we don't need to do all 6, because you can see how many. Oh, nope, green. You can see how many possibilities there are. And then circles are going to be easier. Just pretend they're all circles, because I don't know why I did squares. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then you have 32 bosses, right? I guess we could do it this way. 32 bosses. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what you're going to do is you're going to have a procedurally partially, I'm going to put partially procedurally generated, because it's technically not procedurally generated, because all you're doing is pulling from an inventory. Instead of creating, let's say, 8 dungeons with these bosses all in this order, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. What you do is you create 32 really good boss fights, right? And so you create 32 really good boss fights. And no repeats. So if you develop 32 really good boss fights, then what you can do, 29 times 28 times 27, you have 652,458,000. Wow, that is a horrible set of penmanship. You have 652,458,240 dungeon combinations. Because each time you come into the dungeon, you're going to get one boss pulled in order. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can get them in any order. Now you can start doing stuff in the dungeon with times, right? Loot tables, right? The trick here is you don't know which 6 bosses you're going to get. You don't know which order you're going to get the bosses in. You can't swap people out. This is a one and go. You enter in the dungeon, it's like a time trial. If somebody disconnects, that's fine. They'll automatically reload in, but you can't replace them. So if somebody disconnects right here, shitty day. Can't replace them. You guys got 3 bosses down. But 652,458,240 different combinations. Now, if you can make all of these bosses, right, all of these rows or all of these columns of bosses evolve based on world conditions, node configuration, events that have already happened, if each boss becomes morphable, let's say they have 4 stages. Well, that doesn't take that number and times it by 4. It takes that number and it just keeps making it bigger. With enough possibilities, it appears to be random. Right, exactly. With enough. So instead of working on 8 dungeons with 4 bosses, you just create a pool. Now, maybe you create smaller pools in order to properly accommodate the world. So maybe you have 12 bosses for the Arctic region. Maybe you have 8 bosses. Well, you'd have to do more than 8. Let's say you do 12 bosses for each biome, right? You're going to have a metric ton of content for people. Just an absolute metric ton. So will Agile make releasing usable small deliverables so it's not a big bang? Sure. What if instead of the dungeon remaining static, like Final Fantasy XIV did this really well. They didn't create new lore for their dungeons. They created hard modes for their dungeons, but they didn't use the same routes. So like they created a quest to learn more about the dungeon. They created a new set of bosses. Some of them are similar. Some of them are flashbacks. I think Final Fantasy was on, they took the first step into that. And they don't call it hard. Well, I mean, they do call it hard mode, but there's a little quest name for it, like Ampedor Keep, and then another night in Ampedor Keep. It was kind of cute. It was kind of clever. So let's grab this one. I just hope Intrepid devs don't lose themselves in the vision, but no, they can add stuff in the future, and main mechanics are most crucial. This is a yes and a no. I hope Intrepid devs don't lose themselves in the vision, but they can add stuff in the future. You can only add stuff in the future if you plan for it today. For example, if you build a giant ass wall around your property and you can't get a crane up near your house, you better have put the pool in before you built the giant ass wall. Otherwise, you're going to have to knock down the giant ass wall to put the pool in. Or you're going to have to put in a specific type of pool. If you can't get the fiberglass over the wall or the fiberglass over the house, you can't put a fiberglass pool in. That's the thing that Intrepid needs to keep in mind. I 100% agree with you. They do not need to have every appendix, every glossary, every table of contents, every footnote, endnote, citation ready to go. But they have to lay the framework in for them. I 150% agree with you. The mechanics are the most crucial. For example, I've said this many times. They should plan for a North continent and a South continent. Ready? They should just plan that their first expansion pack will be a North continent or a South continent. If there's not enough PvP in the game and the PvPers are complaining, they need to have the North continent be ready to come out with a PvP solution. If there's not enough PvE in the game, they need to make the South continent ready to come out with a PvE solution. So, with that said, I am hopefully we're gonna knock this out. I'm getting the my wife needs to depart, so hopefully I don't even know what I dropped. I dropped a healer. Hopefully. All right, guys. Taking a shot at this. But how do you combat the lower population per square kilometer with more land? Who cares? Who cares? You put content there. You don't have to put content that spreads them out. You don't have to put housing up there. You don't have to put nodes up there. You don't have to put permanent residency up there. You just have to put content up there so that they travel to the content. If they have to travel to the content, that's content. Maybe they have to travel back with the goods. So, all right, victory. All right, victory dance. All right, I've got We'll talk. Keep that one for Wednesday. Bring that one up on Wednesday. With that said, guys, like I said, I started early today. I try to always give you guys 4 hours on Mondays, 4 hours on Wednesdays. I try to give you 6 hours on Fridays. Unfortunately, today just shuffled around because my wife has to depart. So I got my top hat on. You guys know that I'm always I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a gamer, I'm a streamer. I hope you guys can respect my priorities. My wife has to leave. She's got to drive into town. She doesn't like driving at night. I got to go be a dad now. I got to go say goodbye to my wife because happy wife, happy life. I will see you guys on Wednesday. If everything goes good tomorrow and I don't get anything going on, I might play some Dying Light tomorrow as an add-on stream, but don't hold me to it, but it might be a surprise stream.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?